Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, a massive test for the Portland Trail Blazers as they begin a 7-game road trip that includes games against the league's top 3 teams with stops in Cleveland, Boston, and Oklahoma City. Tonight, Portland is in Salt Lake visiting the Jazz. Matisse Thybulle, DeAndre Ayton, Robert Williams all out tonight for Portland. Tip-off just after 6 o'clock. The Blazers are 7-point road favorites. On the college hardwood, the Auburn Tigers, the unanimous #1 team in the country in this week's AP poll, followed by Duke, Florida, Houston, and Tennessee in that order. The Kansas Jayhawks unranked for the first time in nearly 4 years. The Oregon Ducks received votes but remain outside of the top 25. Oregon big man Nate Biddle wins Big Ten Player of the Week honors after averaging 22 points, 8 boards, and 3 blocks in wins over Iowa and number 11 Wisconsin. Meanwhile, Oregon State's Michael Rataj has been named WCC Player of the Week for the 3rd time this season. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
What's the most resilient parasite?
Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
Can build cities, can transform the world, and rewrite all the rules.
That's what I'll be doing every single night.
Which is why
No.
I have to steal it.
What are you talking about, Willis?
This is Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
It's gonna work. It's passable, okay? This isn't terrible.
The best in local, regional, and national sports. With no hidden agenda. Primetime with Isaac and Sue on 1080 The Fan.
Hey, what it do?
Ahoy!
What is up?
Did you get settled over there?
I am
You
settled.
were white knuckling it.
I'm ready to go.
Can I interest you in a nice quilt?
No.
For whatever reason.
Actually, yes.
Upon.
Why did I say no? I
don't
want
know.
a quilt.
Yeah,
The quilts are
you
great.
anti-quilt? Yeah, we have a. We came in and on our couch here, there's 4 quilts. Well, I'm gonna say 3 quilts and a throw. That top one looks more like a throw, and I don't know why.
Yes, we have a couch in the studio.
Why do we have?
Can you guys see that on camera?
I don't think so.
They cannot.
Why is
There's a yellow couch in here.
Why is someone? It's not that comfortable, but
No, it's
not.
not.
It's there.
I think Ordner slept on it.
With 4 quilts?
Well, I mean, you gotta be.
Well, why did someone bring quilts? Why is our?
Because somebody slept there. You gotta be warm.
Oh well, you
Cover
need,
the tootsies.
You need 4 blankets?
Well, I don't know.
No,
Some people.
Also,
sleep.
who is sleeping here and why?
I don't know.
Well, didn't you say Ortner?
Well,
No, I
Dusty,
said he has slept on that couch.
Oh.
yeah,
I don't
well,
believe he did
Dusty-
over this weekend.
Dusty brought up an interesting thing. Will is cheap and has no money. We do have a shower here. There's a kitchen. There is a couch. There's multiple couches. Is it possible that Will has just decided to say, I don't need rent, just going to double up the space? You know, and as long as you leave, you know, during the day to go out and do whatever it is you do, no one would really be the wiser. You come in at 7:30, there's no one left in the building. It's kind of a genius plan when you get right down to it. And you think about the rent you're saving, it's not that bad. Probably bring people over here at night, party a little bit, plenty of TVs, free cable, free Wi-Fi.
What about when he wants to woo the ladies?
Well, I mean,
No
is it
one's in
Want to
impressive?
check out my studio?
No one's here at night.
No, there's no
Let's
one
explore
here
the
at
space
night.
in here.
Is it impressive to say that you live at the studio, or do you just kind of do the, hey, do you want to come check out the studio? And then next thing you know, you're on the love couch, which maybe, you know, don't.
Impressive to some.
Yeah, don't lay down on the couch if you're not Will, or lay out one of the quilts.
Well, there are better places to do it around here than that.
Yeah. I mean, there's several. What about the pods? You know, we've got
Yeah.
those, you know.
Well, you could. I mean, depending on what kind of music your partner is into,
Yeah.
you could choose a studio based
That's
on
true.
that. You know.
Yeah. And Lord knows we've got the seating capabilities here. There's like 8 million chairs and couches.
Yeah.
Oh,
You could go into the little private.
yeah, the little, like I said, little privacy pods there, which aren't really
Oh.
private, but
I thought you were talking about like our studs, our
Yeah.
studios.
well, and there is several rooms that say rest areas that lock. You can go in there.
You're onto something.
I mean, it's not bad.
Is Will squatting here?
It's possible. That's all. Look, and maybe it's someone other than Will. I'm just like, maybe Sprague got kicked out of the house. It's not the worst idea that
We also have
anyone could
cameras, so you can record your OnlyFans content.
Yes.
Important.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well,
I knew someone who lived at like a fitness studio. There was someone who owned the business, and they kind of made the back room into and it was illegal. You can't do that. It wasn't zoned for it, but they did live at their like private workout studio for a while. So, I mean, as long as no one rats you out, who here would rat anyone out? I don't think there's anyone around to rat you out.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because the first people get here at like what, 9? Last people leave here at 7.
Well, the first people get here at like 5:30 because it's like swagging them.
Oh yeah, that's true.
Don't forget about our morning show.
Yeah, but they're not going to say anything.
No,
and
I
it's a
wouldn't
big
think they would.
space. You could easily avoid those people in the morning, and then someone's like, "Man, that Will Ortner is burning the candle." Dude, that guy's the first guy in, last guy to leave. And what you realize is
Real lunch pail guy.
Yeah, he never really went anywhere. It's the George Costanza theory. You just hang out here.
Well, it's not a bad place to squat.
No.
So I wouldn't even be mad about it.
No.
Not that I would. I mean, why would I care?
No,
but
Have at
even
it.
if I were the boss, I wouldn't care.
No.
Great job by Will.
Yeah. Kudos.
Smart.
Best ability, availability.
And clearly, he's nice and warm.
That's true.
4 blankets over there.
I just think he may have messed up by leaving the 4 quilts. You know, that's you don't want to tip,
Breadcrumbs.
you don't want to tip your hand. At least tuck those underneath the couch or something.
All right. Well, thanks to the auto show for having us out on Friday. We were out there at the auto show. It was so fun that I bought 8 cars.
That's a lot of cars.
Isn't that crazy?
That is a lot of cars.
I bought 8
How's that
Cybertrucks. I'm going to pass them out as gifts to my friends.
Rob's a big Elon guy, I can tell.
If you got a Cybertruck as a gift, would you drive it?
No.
Why not?
One, I will not support that douche canoe in any shape or form. And 2, I would sell it because it's the worst looking car I've ever seen.
Well, what if I gave you a Cybertruck, but then I said the stipulation is you can't sell it?
Nah,
you either drive it or you just...
Nah, I'm all right.
Yeah?
No.
You don't want it, huh?
No, I don't.
How much are those things?
I think they're pretty spendy. It's an expensive thing. It's like about 80, 90 G's, something like that. It's an expensive car.
I thought they were into 6 figures, but maybe I'm wrong about
Is
that.
it?
80. It says 80.
Yeah, I don't know.
Base model.
I got no time for that, man. I'm good. I'm all right.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
I don't.
Well, it was fun out there.
It was fun out there. I was going to go back, but I was laid up this weekend. I didn't
What
feel
happened?
very good.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't have a fever, I didn't have congestion or anything. I just felt like I got hit by a car. Maybe I got hit by
the auto show.
The auto show. I just felt crappy all weekend. And so I was kind of struggling on Saturday, and then Sunday I laid in bed for basically 20 hours. I just felt cruddy. Took a bunch of NyQuil, and you know how I do it. When I don't feel good, I just go into hibernation mode. I just start doubling up the medication, and we just go into dreamland.
Hey, I have an announcement to make.
What do you got?
The torch has been passed,
Yeah.
Jace.
What do you got?
As of today.
Mm-hmm.
The mirrored wall and green shag carpet
Oh, no.
in the all-American city of Salina, Kansas.
Yeah.
144 Overhill Road.
Yeah.
R.I.P.
Oh, it's sold, huh?
New owner. It's out.
Wow. And you know what's going to happen the first thing when they move in?
R.I.P.
They're going to tear out the carpet and tear out the wall.
Well, I don't know. We'll
Yeah.
see.
Yeah, they will.
Probably.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know why they would keep it.
They will. They
But,
will. Yeah.
Yeah, well, it's their house. They
That's
can
a-
do whatever they want.
That's a hell of a run.
Yeah, 45 years.
45 years.
Yeah, pretty
Yeah.
much my whole life.
Yeah.
My brother and I grew up there fighting and
Yep.
playing wiffle ball.
It is. Well, you'll never go back, right? I mean, there's no.
What do you mean?
You'll never see that house again.
Well, I might. Yeah, for nostalgia.
For nostalgia.
For
person?
nostalgia.
Yeah.
I might.
So.
See, I kind of wanted to see what they do with it.
Well, like it is weird in that. So I live over by the house that I grew up in,
Mhm.
and that's where the power lesbians live now, who are the nicest people you'll ever meet. And occasionally, I do find myself interacting with the power lesbians where I go into my childhood home.
Girl, you
And
something else.
It is. It's bizarre because
bet.
all of the things that made up that house, they're all. I mean, they have completely renovated it because I think my parents lived there for. Let's say it was like 38 ish years. And you don't even recognize it. Everything has been completely redone. And so even if you drive by it or you walk in it, it's very odd to walk in and be like, oh, well, that's not supposed to be there. And What happened? We had this like awful chandelier, and I'm like, every time I walk in, I'm like, what? Why isn't there a giant hole in that wall right there? Because there was a hole in the wall for like 15 years that never got patched.
Yeah, I don't know how I'm supposed to feel. My parents sold their house, if you're
Yeah.
not following.
Yeah. Well, that's why you went down to Kansas. Like,
Try to help them.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're going to try to get them out west. They're
Yeah.
getting it at the advanced age where it's like, we don't need to be going out there. Get them
No.
out here. And
Yeah. You don't when
So the
when
house-
you're at that age, you don't need to be in the Kansas winters anymore.
Well, that's true. Boy, it was butt
Yeah,
cold
that's-
out there.
that's tough.
I don't know how people do it.
Yeah.
At any rate, they'll probably come out west later this year. But that I don't know how. Do people have attachments to childhood homes?
Yeah.
Because I'm not really sure how I'm supposed to feel. I don't feel. I mean, I have great memories there, but I don't really feel all that sad about it. I know my mom's struggling with it.
Yeah.
Dad's happy because it's off his
Yeah.
hand. It's because he's the one that has to keep it all up and everything, and
Yeah.
he's happy to not have to do that anymore. But I don't know. I don't feel much
You will. The first time you see it, the first
going
time,
back there.
Yeah, the first time but if they leave, will you ever go back to Salina?
Like I said, I mean, it would have to be just for that reason.
Yeah.
You know, like
There's a good chance.
Nostalgia.
There's a good chance that when Mom and Pa Rop move west, you just don't.
yeah.
You just don't.
May never go back
You
there
don't
again?
go back. I haven't.
Well,
been,
nowadays you can just do can you just look it up online?
Yeah,
and,
you look it up online.
Yeah.
Well, mine. So my house in Alaska, the old 1961 Wickersham. I haven't seen that since my dad left it, and that was.
But the question is,
20
do you
years.
have a real desire to go see it?
I would like to.
yeah.
Yeah,
So there you go.
but that's like.
But
going,
you won't.
No, I mean, there's a better chance that I end up in Anchorage again than you end up in Salina. I would think, because there's
Why?
because one, no offense, but no one's ever in the history of vacations or Kansas gone to Salina for vacation. People go to Anchorage. You go to Alaska. So, like, we've talked about bringing my kids who have never been. I've talked about bringing them to where I grew up and taking them up there to some of the, the Denali National Park or out to Juneau or Kodiak. And if we were to go to Alaska, I would 100%, because you fly into Anchorage and then from there you go out. I would 100% take them by Wickersham Drive and show them where I grew up and show them the little park and the creek and all that. And I would 100% do that. I don't know if you would. Does Meat have a real desire to see Salina, Kansas?
Well, Meat's good buddy who lives out here with him or in the same apartment complex. He's from there, and his
Okay.
parents still live there.
Yeah.
So there are still ties there,
yeah.
but it's hard to get to,
Yep.
and it's just
Yeah. Look, you're not going back.
probably not.
Probably
but
not.
if I did, I would certainly stroll by 144 Overhill Road
Yeah.
and see what they've done to
Yeah.
it. So end of an era. End of an era.
It makes me sad.
I do it once in a while up in La Center. Every now and then I'll be driving back from
Yeah.
Seattle or whatever,
Yeah.
and I'll detour off in La Center and look at the old homestead.
Hell, I drive by our old house here.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't know why. I
Yeah.
just like, I wonder what they did with it.
Yeah.
I wonder what it's looking like.
Well, I drive by I drive by my other childhood home every day, and I see the nice power lesbians out there in their Subarus, and I will say that they did something nice when my mom lived there. After my dad died, we got her a hydrangea bush, and we called it Little Bobby because my dad was Big Bobby. So we planted it right out front. And we do a thing in my family, like we have a memorial plan. Like we did one for my wife at our house, like when she passed. And so we had Little Bobby out there, and they have completely redone everything. They've painted, new roof. I mean, they've changed it. You wouldn't even recognize it. But the one thing they kept Little Bobby. Yeah, they even dug him up, but they put him in because they changed kind of the landscape, but they put him in a big pot. And so if you do go by there, they still have Little Bobby, which
Nice.
I appreciated. That was a nice little tip of the cap to the old man that lived there for almost 4 decades.
Well, your brother has been to my old house.
Yeah,
You have not.
I have not. I've seen the photos.
But you've seen that it was kind of like a museum.
It's amazing.
Like things had not been touched in there for 50 years.
The green shag carpeting was amazing, but I got to tell you, the mirrored wall was my favorite.
Yeah, but in the same room.
Yeah.
By the way.
Although the
Beat that.
the mirrored wall also was a little creepy because I realized what that mirrored wall has seen, but
Some mean Nerf ball battles between my brother and I.
I promise you, the first thing that someone does upon buying that house is that mirrored wall is
listen,
going down.
That house is old,
Yeah.
and I'm guessing the person will tear it completely down. I mean, there's a lot of, it's like it's a really nice neighborhood, and I noticed when I was back there, every house on the block that we grew up on, every single house, not one had not been renovated.
Yeah.
Not one. They all look great.
Yeah.
Except for ours is the last one.
Yeah.
And I'm sure this person, by the way, didn't even make it to the market. It was such a hot item.
No, I just went. A nice gentrification of the neighborhood.
And so somebody bought it, and I would imagine they're just gonna gut it.
Yeah.
But anyway, there was a bunch of stuff. There's a lot of stuff in there.
Uh-huh.
And I got to tell you, old Mom and Pa Rob did a great job of, because they're the type of olds that need every little thing to go somewhere important. Like somebody could use that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get it to that person, or and so they went through that whole thing, and I helped at the end, but they did a lot of work getting everything to, whether it be Salvation Army or people to come over and buy things, or some woman helped them put on an estate sale. I mean, it was a whole thing.
Yeah.
And yet, and so all their stuff, it kind of makes me feel good that all their stuff is scattered about, strewn about rural Kansas in different homes.
It's a little piece of the ROPS have gone. Did you find anything cool though? Like digging through?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, all kinds of things.
Because that's kind of fun.
Yeah, there's lots of little things. Like I'm not big on, like they had a bunch of antique furniture and stuff. Like my dad had a huge rolled top desk, like probably weighs 8 tons.
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
But I have no.
Yeah, you got no.
I have no place for it.
Nowhere to get it back, and
exactly. So it's on consignment. But little thing, like I kept their record player.
Yeah. Yeah, you'll find little stuff.
Have that.
No one had been in my parents' attic in probably 20 years. And so I being the most spry of our family, it was me and my boy who went up into the attic. And it was a time machine. And I found a yard sign, because when we moved from Anchorage, we moved to Gresham on Battaglia Street. And I found the sale sign for the garage sale and the actual for sale sign when we sold our house in Gresham and moved to Vancouver. They were in the attic, and I was like, oh my God, 30-year-old garage sale sign. Yeah. So little stuff like that when you dig through. Cool. Yeah, it's a time machine.
My mom kept all kinds of letters from her, like her parents and their parent, like written in the, the early 1900s. Yeah. Like you come across this stuff, you're like, whoa.
Yeah.
We're not throwing this out.
You got to hold on to that.
We're holding on to that,
and it'll be it's awesome.
Yeah, it'll be cool to go through down the road. But so today's the day. Yeah. Green shag carpet.
Someone said they just looked up your home, and it looks like a lovely home and a great little neighborhood.
I'm looking at it now. Technology is crazy like that. Where you can just mention it, and now I'm looking at it.
Yeah, well, I did give you guys the address.
Of course, but just the fact that you're like kind of waxing poetic about this, and now I can actually visualize it because it's right there.
See that front yard there? Yeah. So it's 3 stories, but you can't tell that from the front. It goes down in the back.
It's got an ass to it, is what it's got.
It's got a big caboose.
There you go.
And our wiffle ball we played out back there.
Love the little brick path though.
Yeah, a little brick path. Yeah.
That's why it's the all-American home and the all-American city.
That's right. Yeah. We'll miss it. All right. Well, do you guys want to?
Yeah, why not?
Sport.
Yeah, sports. Why not?
It's TGL Monday. We've already got TGL on the TV. I don't know if you know that.
No.
Double header today, baby.
Double header. Our first bet not looking so good. Ooh, look at
it's
that.
The spear.
It's getting late early.
It is getting late early. We're going to need to double up to catch up a little bit later.
Use that hammer.
Excuse me. Water. Man. I like water.
Got to hydrate.
Big water.
Big
goes
water.
Drip, drip, drip.
It goes drip, drip, drip. It's called rain. Comes down from heaven.
Well, we're going to start with our NFL Monday musings. Does that make you happy or sad?
Makes me happy.
And it makes me sad.
Well, the combine's here, too.
The combine is here.
Lots of stuff happening.
All right, we'll get to that to kick off the show next on The Fan.
The
All right, nice day, belong. It's Monday. TGL Monday, I might add. Doubleheader.
Can't wait. Although I got a mock draft going on mine right now for some unknown reason.
Oh, the NFL draft, you mean?
Yeah.
Is that what you're talking
Got
about?
Matt Miller's pro comparisons for Tet McMillan and Drake London. I guess that would be Drake London.
Is that what they call him? Tet?
Yeah, because his name's
kind of, I don't want to say it's wonky, but it's a hard one to get.
Yeah.
Do we know how to pronounce it?
Yeah, I'll figure it out here.
He's the guy from
McMillan, I
Trattoria?
believe. But now everyone's going to either T-Mac or just Tet.
Trattoria.
Well, it's a weird.
Who's that band?
One more time.
Trattoria.
Oh yeah, what is that? That song I know.
That's
that.
Duran Duran.
Yeah, this might be
I
only
think.
the 6th NFL draft where a tight end goes before a wide receiver.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Who's the big
Well,
stud tight end?
It'll be Tyler Warren out of
Tyler Warren.
Penn State, and then Loveland, the kid out of Michigan. You could have 2 tight ends go off the board before I have our first receiver, which would be a little bit of an upset.
Look at your girl Hannah up there.
Yeah,
she looks great.
How you doing?
She's doing great.
Where's Suze? I need my Suze on here.
So the besides it being TGL Monday doubleheader, which is really the headline story, it is Combine Week.
Yes,
it's time for the NFL Draft Combine.
Yeah, we're already getting I'm not going to do anything at the Combine.
The Underwear Olympics, as they call it.
So Shador not going to do anything. Ashton Genty not going to do anything. Abdul Carter not going to do anything. So there you go.
Yeah, whatever. Who cares? I mean, whatever.
Yeah.
But so at least we have that.
Yeah.
To look forward to.
Oh, there's so much stuff that comes out of the Combine.
Even though it's super. I mean.
Yeah.
It's at a time where there's not as much going on.
But that's why the NFL does it. I mean, the NFL does a great job of keeping themselves in the headlines 24/7. So you got your big boards, you got your positions, you got your mocks, you got free agency, all that stuff going on. Now you got the rumors about like Matthew Stafford. I mean, there's just the NFL.
Ooh.
The NFL never stops.
Matthew Stafford.
The Rams are allowing Matthew Stafford to go flirt with some other teams and see what's out there.
Well, they should.
Yeah.
Because they may not want to pay him. So they should let him see what he could get out there.
It definitely feels that they want Matthew Stafford. They just don't want Matthew Stafford at the number that Matthew Stafford wants.
Well, he wants $50 million a year.
That's a lot of cheddar.
It is, but I looked it up today, and if I told you that, or no, let me ask you a question. I have a question.
Ask away.
Is it fair? Is it a fair number if Stafford gets a deal between that of Jalen Hurts and Kyler Murray? Would you call that fair?
I do think.
Now, he's 37.
He is 37. I think it's a fair deal considering the fact that they are one defensive block tackle away from beating Philadelphia. I think the problem with the Rams is...
Wait. Yeah, so with the Rams,
yes,
you think it's fair
Yes.
if he slotted in between what Jalen Hurts gets and what Kyler Murray gets?
I do think that that's fair.
I do too.
But
that's where $50 million is.
Yeah.
Right there.
And the cap went up. I think the problem that the Rams are having is they see it's always easy for us to see these things from the outside and be like, well, Matthew Stafford's good. But Matthew Stafford has missed time. Matthew Stafford is beat up. Matthew Stafford for much of last year did not look like the Matthew Stafford that we've seen in years past. Towards the end of the year, he got it going. And if you're Sean McVay and you're the Rams and you have a very, very young team, a very, very bright team, to me, it makes sense that you would lock him up for 2 to 3 more years and say, we're in a Super Bowl window right now. But clearly, something is going on with a pretty smart team in the Rams who have not had a problem shoving their chips into the middle of the table. And they won a Super Bowl this way. So the fact that the Rams are kind of balking at this and saying, I don't know, man, you want to go flirt? You want to go see what's out there? It leads me to believe one of two things. Either A, they think that Stafford is more washed than we realize and that he showed real signs of diminishing return, or they think that there is a solution out there right now to extend the window. Because with Stafford, realistically, you've got 2 years left, right? Where if you're the Rams, you can say, we keep this open. If they are going to allow him to walk, they have to, whatever that plan is, and I'm not privy to that plan, but they have to believe that there is a plan then to extend this window from 2 years to 8 to 10 years, because outside of him, they moved on from Cooper Kupp, they moved on from Aaron Donald, right? If they do move on from Matthew Stafford, and you look at him, it is a really, really young team. So to me, it doesn't make sense if you're the Rams. The Stafford thing, that's not the worst deal in the world, right? And the cap went up and you can afford it because you're not a very expensive roster across the board. But the fact that the Rams are doing that, and remember, this isn't the Cincinnati Bengals or a crappy-ass Jacksonville Jaguars. It's a pretty smart Rams team over the last decade. You know, that's interesting to me. It kind of puts up some warning signs.
Did I miss a Cooper Kupp trade?
No, but they're
going to.
They're going to.
They're
they
moving
don't,
on.
They don't want him
Yeah,
back.
okay.
So they're moving on.
Yeah, it sounds like maybe they want to reboot this thing.
It's possible.
Since they're so young.
Yeah.
But
and also if you're Matthew Stafford, dude, you've made like $400 million. If you think there's a chance to win another Super Bowl, my God, you would think that you'd be able to come to some form of.
Well, they might.
Yeah.
They might. I mean, a lot of this is probably just posturing. From the Rams side, if they want to recalibrate the franchise, they've got a good young defense. Maybe they think this is the time to do it on the offensive side as well.
Possible.
Like those two things don't match up. A 38-year-old Matt Stafford does not match up with the young defense. So maybe we just go young on both sides, and then in 2 years, it's a quicker way to turn it around since they've already kind of they're kind of halfway there, right?
Yeah.
So that's maybe one thing they're thinking.
Yeah. So
another is, maybe Stafford's the new Russell Wilson.
It's possible.
And I'm not comparing him to Russell Wilson in any other way other than the Seahawks saw Russell Wilson still had value. Mm-hmm. They didn't want to pay him, and so they traded him.
Yeah.
And Stafford may be that. It's like, hey, we think he has value, but not $50 million per year value.
Yep.
So therefore, we'll trade him, get something for him, flip the script on this thing, and be back in it in a year or two.
Yeah.
I don't think it's a terrible way to go. Maybe they could get Aaron Rodgers for half the price.
It's possible. Maybe they
Would you do that? Would you take Aaron Rodgers for half the money and the shorter years than Matt Stafford?
If I was convinced that Aaron Rodgers still had a lot in the tank, yeah, half of Aaron Rodgers for what, if I could get Aaron Rodgers for 20 or 25, yeah, I would do that.
I'd do that
because both of them right now are bridge quarterbacks. And I know that sounds weird for Matthew Stafford, but he's 37 years old. He is a bridge quarterback right now. And yeah, if it's going to cost me 50 or 55 guaranteed each year over the next 3 years that I can't get out of, and that's the thing, maybe he wants 3 years. And with Stafford or with Rodgers, I can do it for a year or two and not have to give that. I think there's some sense in that. I don't think it's ridiculous of what they're trying to do. Or maybe they think that, the Sam Darnold thing, maybe it's that. I don't know. Again, maybe there's a guy in the draft that they really like.
Now that to me would be a mistake.
I would think
if they're
so.
looking to replace Stafford with Darnold.
I would think so too.
I think McVay likes Stafford, but I think it's business.
Yeah.
$50 million, a lot of money. But like I said, $50 million, if he makes right on $50 million a year, that's only 10th amongst quarterbacks.
No.
I know that seems like maybe it's 1, 2, or 3. It's not. It's 10th.
But you look at him, and I know one of the years that he was hurt, but if we go back to 2022, the last 3 years, he got hurt 9 games, 10 touchdowns, 8 picks. And then the next year he played 15 games, 3,900 yards, 24 and 11, solid. And then last year played 16 games, was beat up a little bit, but 20 touchdowns, 8 picks. He was solid, but none of those numbers are, like astronomical. They really won because they turned over the roster and relied on a young defense. And then he was able to kind of elevate it at the end of the year last year and kind of get it going. But Matthew Stafford this is not Matthew Stafford from 5 years ago. It's not. And maybe that's something that the Rams are just going to play hardball with and be like, man, we love you, but we don't love you to this extent. And we know teams are desperate and we know teams are dumb. And maybe there's a dumb team willing to give the Rams a nice haul to move on from.
Well, there are 4 teams so far that have shown interest. Yeah. We'll tell you who those teams are next, and then we'll have a segment called The Nerve. You know what that's about?
I don't, but I like it.
You're going to love it. The Nerve. Coming up, here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, a massive test for the Portland Trailblazers as they begin a 7-game road trip that includes games against the league's top 3 teams with stops in Cleveland, Boston, and in Oklahoma City. Tonight, Portland is in Salt Lake visiting the Jazz. Matisse Thybulle, DeAndre Ayton, Robert Williams all out for Portland. Tip off just after 6 o'clock. The Blazers are 7-point road favorites. On the college hardwood, the Auburn Tigers are the unanimous number 1 team in the country in this week's AP poll. The Kansas Jayhawks unranked for the first time in nearly 4 years. Oregon Ducks received votes but remain outside of the top 25. Oregon big man Nate Biddle named Big Ten Player of the Week after averaging 22 points, 8 boards, and 3 blocks per game in wins over Iowa and number 11 Wisconsin last week. Meanwhile, Oregon State's Michael Ratai has been named WCC Player of the Week for the 3rd time this season. He averaged 27 points and 11 boards against Pepperdine and San Diego in the Beavs' last 2 contests. In the NFL, one team has proposed a rule change banning the tush push made popular by the Eagles. It's been reported that the Packers are the team proposing the rule change. Team owners will vote on these proposals next month. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Stats. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The Hot Corner, now in its new time. Tuesdays at 7 after Isaac and Sue on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Big Souk here for the Big Ford Store, Vancouver Ford. Locally owned and number 1 in customer service for, get this, the 7th straight year. Their certified staff is ready to get you in the ride you're looking for. Vancouver Ford isn't just my hometown dealer, it's the dealer I
So the what?
Oh, it's just when you said
What's the matter with you?
Pod. That's the Mike Lynch. Hi, I'm a balloon.
Bye.
Bye.
Great drop.
Yeah.
What were we talking about?
We're talking about Matthew Stafford.
Yes.
We're talking about it's just kind of a weird thing. They seem to be heading for a little bit of a divorce.
Well, let's talk about just ramming it in.
Yeah.
I don't think it's weird.
Hi, I'm a balloon. Bye.
There it is. Because I mean, I get it. Yeah. It's Matt Stafford. It's probably the most interesting story of the offseason.
Yeah.
They were a stone's throw from beating the Eagles in Philly.
Yes.
And I don't know if you know this, but the Eagles won it all.
Yep.
Did you know that?
They had him. Again, all they had to do was block Jalen Carter, and Stafford throws a wide open touchdown there, and thanks for coming.
So that's a good team. So what happens with Stafford is really interesting, and they're just kind of playing a mean game of chicken because Stafford is older.
Yeah.
Hurt some. And while very good, he's saying, well, hey, you should pay me $50 million a year. And the Rams are like, I mean,
why don't you go
we
see what
like
else is out
you,
there?
but I mean, do we need to do that? What else is out there? So the 4 teams that have shown interest, according to reports, did you like how I did that?
I did. It's a very Jason Swigart-esque.
Giants, Browns, Steelers, and Raiders.
And 2 of those I can make a strong case for. 1 I can make a really strong case for. 1 I can see it. The other 2 are bad franchises doing bad things.
I think you just is that 5?
That's 4. I said 1. I said 2 I can make a case, and I actually said 1 I can make a very strong case.
And then the other not.
The other one is okay. I can see it. And then the other 2 I said are just bad franchises doing bad things.
I got you. So Steelers, you can make a case.
Steelers is the strong case, right? If you're the Steelers, ever since Roethlisberger left, you have been in no man's land, right? You have nothing going for you offensively. And yet every year with Mike Tomlin, you're not bad enough to end up in the top 10 and to get a franchise quarterback. And you tried with Kenny Pickett. That didn't work, right? You put a Band-Aid on it with Russell Wilson and Justin Fields. That doesn't work. But you win 9 or 10 games. You get to the playoffs. You have a good defense. You're well coached, all of those things. And yet we know this team is going nowhere. Matthew Stafford, you could make a case that with Matthew Stafford, I still think you're going to have to address your offensive line, and you need a receiver that isn't a dumbass. Both of your backs are free agents, but you can find running backs later in the draft. You can find them in free agency. If you can get a healthy 2 to 3 years out of Matthew Stafford, I totally see where the Steelers say, dude, we can win 10 games with the crappy quarterback play we have. Why can't we win 11 or 12 and actually make a run with Matthew Stafford? Again, it's a Band-Aid on a bleeding massive wound, but it's a wound that hasn't even had a Band-Aid on it in years. So that makes sense. The Cleveland one, I guess. Again, I thought a couple years ago, I thought you had a roster that was really, really talented, and I think some of that has been diminished. You've got a couple of your best defensive players that don't want to be here anymore. You got one of your best offensive linemen that's saying, I don't know if I want to come back. Are we really contending? That kind of feels like if you're Cleveland, this is a desperate attempt to try to stay relevant. I think Matthew Stafford in Cleveland doesn't particularly make them any sort of contender. I think, again, it just is kind of almost... I don't know. It's just a desperation, but I could see it. You can make a case. That's not a bad roster. The other 2, that's garbage.
Raiders and Giants.
The only thing you can say about the Giants is they know they're getting fired. Dable and their general manager both know that if they don't do something big, they're fired. And we talk about this all the time. When you allow a GM and a coach to come back when they probably should be fired, you almost seal your own fate. Because they start doing dumb things, not for the long-term benefit. They start doing things because they're like, well, we don't want to get fired.
Yeah.
And yes, bringing in Matthew Stafford maybe does enough to save your job, but you're going nowhere. And if you're Matthew Stafford, God, I hope you're not dumb enough to chase money by going to the Giants and getting your teeth kicked in. And then the Raiders is the one that I truly don't understand. You are so far away, if you're the Raiders, from being competitive, especially in that division. You're in the division with the Chiefs. You're in the division with an up-and-coming Broncos team. And you're in a division with a Chargers team that came in and basically tore it down to the studs and was still playoff-level team. And you think... with everything you've got going on, you think trading and then paying $50+ million for Matthew Stafford, who, by the way, is beat up every single year, you think that is going to do something for you?
Well, I don't think.
I don't get that.
Feel like Brady and Carroll will do that. I know that I see why they're on the list, but I just feel like they're smarter than that.
I would hope so.
Because they know that now's not the time to pay $50 million to a quarterback.
Yeah, you just trying to sell tickets at that point?
The Giants, I see your point. They would do that.
Yes.
I think they could do that. I don't know that the Raiders will.
Yeah.
Coincidentally, the co-favorites to land Aaron Rodgers on DraftKings, Raiders, Rams, and Steelers.
Aaron Rodgers is a little bitch.
So Stafford and Rodgers are kind of linked.
Well, because you're getting, depending on which one you like better, and I don't know why you wouldn't like Matthew Stafford better at this point, but they're both the same thing. You're getting lesser versions, injury prone, 40 and into your late 30s. And
different versions of the same horse, basically.
Yes, and Stafford can be a little bristly, and you got some stuff that comes along with his wife and some headlines, and Rodgers is Aaron Rodgers, but it only makes sense if you need a quarterback in a 2-year window that you think is the final piece. And that's why I don't understand when we hear the Raiders or even Cleveland. Cleveland's not winning a Super Bowl in 2 years.
Bang, bang.
So I just don't understand why this is like when the Blazers for all those years were doing a lot of crap to end up being the 8th seed in the West. Why? Why not? Especially when the Raiders, like you got new management in there and you're going with Tom Brady, right? And you're feeling like maybe you're trying to turn over a new leaf. Just wipe the slate clean and start taking more bites at the apple to actually build a real roster and find your quarterback that way. Because very rarely does going with an aging quarterback really end up with the result that you wanted. To be fair, one of those that worked out was Matthew Stafford. But Matthew Stafford wasn't that old when he came over, and he also came into a team that was right on the cusp.
So it's hard to believe that Dak Prescott is the highest paid quarterback in the NFL, but he is.
Yeah, he makes a lot of money.
He makes $60 million a year.
Yeah.
Smiles and glory holes.
And some of those, and remember, like Josh Allen and Burrow and Mahomes, they all have backloaded contracts. So
Allen's down there at $43 million. He's like 13th.
But look at where in a couple years where his.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just saying average per year.
Yeah.
Dak is number 1 at 60.
Yeah.
Joe Burrow, Jordan Love, Trevor Lawrence, and Tua. Those are your top 6.
Yeah.
Or 5.
Yeah, it's tough.
Jared Goff, Justin Herbert, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts. And then if you paid Matthew Stafford $50 million a year on average, that's what he's asking for anyway.
Yeah.
That's where he would slot in. So when you look at it that way, it's not crazy.
No.
Because he's really good. He's better than a lot of the quarterbacks I just mentioned.
Sure.
So Rams have a decision to make. That'll be an interesting watch.
Yeah,
I would. Offseason.
If I'm a Rams fan, I'm hoping that you come to some sort of.
I bet they keep him.
I hope so.
I think McVay will keep him.
And if you don't, you better have a definitive plan because you're in a nice window here, right? You kind of went through the desert and you're like, oh, hell, after our Super Bowl.
I have concepts of a plan.
And you've come out on the other side and you're kind of smelling like a rose right now. Like you've managed to do this. You have flipped over your defense completely and have the youngest, cheapest, and one of the better defenses, certainly the best young defense in the NFL. And you got a pretty good stud receiver out there in Puka Nacua, right? You've got you found your back in Williams, who all of a sudden looks pretty good. And they've got $40-50 million to spend. And all of a sudden you're looking at this thing being like, hey man, we build 1 or 2 more O linemen in here that we grab and we find another receiver to go along with Puka. Boy, we got something cooking here for a while.
This is where a GM earns his money. I mean, not that GM hasn't earned his money there in LA. He's done a great job.
Yeah,
this is
where.
When you get you got to get creative and make it work for him as well as you because they're way off on money. So
absolutely.
Can you get that done? And that would be a testament to, what is his name? Les Snead, I think.
Snead.
That'd be a testament to him if he can get it done. Now, the Vancouver Ford text line says Stafford and Rodgers to the Raiders. How about that? Rotate in old quarterbacks? Like 2 running backs? That'd be great. Tom Brady then puts on the pads and
just know that every time an Emmitt Smith signs with the Arizona Cardinals, just realize that never goes well. It never goes well.
Peyton Manning won a Super Bowl.
Well,
so it does go well.
Yeah.
You son of a bee.
Yeah. Although Peyton wasn't quite that level. But yeah, I mean.
He was old.
I see where you're going
with it. A lot of people piled on Peyton, including you. And they won a Super Bowl.
That defense won the Super Bowl.
All right. Coming up later, more NFL Monday musings. We have a very special birthday we'll get to coming up next on The Fan.
The best On 1080 The Fan.
That's right. Vancouver Ford text line. Do you think if Stafford or Rodgers gets to the Raiders and then makes the playoffs, Brady just tells him, I'll take it from here?
Well, I mean, you could make a case that you'd rather have Tom Brady than Aaron Rodgers. I wouldn't say that necessarily about Matthew
question.
Stafford right now.
If I could have any of the three, power ranking the three right now, and I know Tom Brady's not playing. He's an owner, so he officially can't come back.
Sure.
Right? What do you mean, sure? Like, I think he can't.
I don't think he can, no. He would have
can't
to,
be an
he would
owner.
have to sell.
Yeah.
He would have to
And he's
sell
not
that
doing
stake.
it.
No,
He's done.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
I would go Stafford 1, Brady 2, Rodgers 3.
That is probably where I would go as well.
Maybe Brady 1, but he's awful old at this point. What's he, 46? 47, 46?
I want to say I think he's like 44, right?
I think he's a little older than that.
Is he older than that?
Yeah, he's 47.
47.
Oh, yeah. All right. Never mind.
He'll be 48 in August.
Never
He's
mind.
almost 50.
Never
God.
mind. I thought he was younger.
But in
than
all
that.
seriousness, how many starting quarterbacks, could 48-year-old Tom Brady be better than in the
Well,
league?
again,
Yeah, that's a
it
good
depends. Like, I think Brett Favre said this when he ended up hanging him up. How old did Brett play till? Because he had good years in Minnesota. That, the weird, the taking your head off gate, like that was a good Minnesota team with Brett Favre. And he said he could physically still play
He was 41.
He was 41. And so he said he could have kept playing. He just couldn't do it for 17 weeks. He couldn't do it in the offseason. So I have no doubt that if you got Tom Brady in shape and you had him play the last 6 games of the year and into the playoffs, under the right circumstances with a good old line, and this is the thing about with any of them, Aaron Rodgers, one of the problems that Aaron Rodgers had in New York is he didn't have a run game. He didn't have an offensive line. You can't be back there running for your life. But if you played behind the Eagles' offensive line or you played behind a really good old line with a good scheme and you had a run game, you can play action and, do all that stuff, there's plenty of guys that could play under today's rule set and you could play longer and longer. But the problem is if you play for a crappy team, you get hung out to dry. You can't run the ball. You end up in 3rd and long and you have no tackles and the pocket's being shoved into your face. I don't care who you are. You're dead, which is why in today's game, it behooves you to be mobile. And you know what? None of those 3 guys are mobile.
Yeah, I just think it's a little bit more of a, you may be overthinking a little bit. It's just a fun exercise. Yes. How many starting quarterbacks is Tom Brady better than right now?
Probably
a lot.
A lot. I'll bet
a lot.
I'll bet you probably 10 to 12. I think at any point in the NFL, you have 10 really good starting quarterbacks. Well, actually, you have 4 probably elite, 6 very good, another 4 or 5 that are solid, and then you get into and then there's probably 5 or 6 that are just bad. And Thomas certainly would be better than the bad ones, and he's probably better than
Tommy,
a handful of the others.
So he, at the age of 45, threw for 4,700 yards, 25 tutties, and 9 picks.
Yeah.
At the age of 45.
And that's a solid, and again,
the year before that, 44, at the age of 4, I should have put it this way.
Yeah.
At the age of 44, he threw for over 5,000 yards, 43 touchdowns, and won a Super Bowl.
Yes. With an elite offensive line and elite weapons. And in that case, it worked out. And you mentioned, Peyton Manning, who came over and had one really good year in Denver and then one really crappy year where he got benched for Paxton Lynch. But isn't it weird that the year that they broke all those records with him, they got drilled. And then the year where he was bad, one of the worst starting quarterbacks to win a Super Bowl, they won because of the elite defense. But you could say that worked out. That wasn't a disaster. Joe Montana was about 36, 37 when he went to Kansas City, and they were okay. Not great, but they were solid. Favre had some decent years when he left Green Bay. And you mentioned Stafford. You can't include Stafford in that. He was young enough when he went to the Rams. They won a Super Bowl. Brady, though, won a Super Bowl in Tampa and had a couple good years there. So, this can work. It just has to be the right circumstances. And every one of those teams was a team that was a quarterback away. You can't bring in a 35-plus-year-old quarterback on a reclamation project team with a bad old line and say, hey, we're going to do this, Raiders.
Let's not forget Manning 2 Super Bowls in Denver.
Yeah, but that's what I said. The year that he was really good, they got drilled in the Super Bowl.
But he made the Super Bowl.
He made the Super Bowl, yeah.
So, I think he should be, just because they lost that,
that's what I said.
Doesn't discredit.
I just think it's weird that the one year that he was great is the year they got their teeth kicked in, and the year where he was garbage, and and got benched, that's the one they won. It is the weirdest. That may be the weirdest case study in like elder quarterback history. Going to Denver, lighting the world on fire, coming back. He had that nerve issue where he couldn't hold the ball. He couldn't throw. I gotta look up his numbers, but he got benched for Paxton Lynch. Think about this. Had Lynch even been serviceable, he would not have started that Super Bowl. He would have lost his job. And what do we think of that?
Well,
If Paxton Lynch had led them to a Super Bowl.
Well, I don't think he would have.
Well,
some of it was just Peyton. Yes, Peyton was not very good, but he was still Peyton Manning at the line of scrimmage and as a leader. That's very different than Paxton Lynch. And I am here for your elder quarterback case studies, by the way.
Yeah.
That you mentioned. I want more elder quarterback case studies from you. I think, as a matter of fact, that should be a bit.
It is
every Friday.
It is interesting to go back and look at it. Right. I'm looking at Peyton's.
Okay, just hold that thought.
I want to look at his numbers.
All right, we'll come back. We've got a very special sports birthday, and Stockwatch is coming up on the Fan. Hey, what's up? It's me, Big Suit. No, I'm just kidding. It's Rob. Did I get you?
He got me. I was like, wait, it's me.
Isachi. Well, no, it's you know what I'm here for, man. I'm here to talk Windows, Window Nation. We are in the last week of February already. You know, February goes quick because, well, it's a short month. And only for the next 5 days until this Friday will you have a chance to take advantage of this deal from Window Nation. And it is 50% off all window styles and 5 years interest-free financing right now from Window Nation. It was earlier in this month just 2 years interest-free financing, but they're trying to get you in the door before the end of the month. So 5 years you can put off paying for your new windows. We get it. Window Nation gets it. It's a big check to write, but it will save you a bunch of money on your energy bills. It will help your home value, and you'll just love looking at your nice new windows, and you can have the peace of mind that they would be installed correctly by the experts at Window Nation, who are the best in the business. And, oh, by the way, 50% off, nothing to shake a stick at, half off all windows, any style you need right now, and 5 years interest-free financing. So 2 ways to get on their schedule. Call 866-90-NATION or visit windownation.com. That's 866-90-NATION or windownation.com.
We're officially less than a month away from the madness, and it's time for some college hoops. I'm Kate Constable, here to help you beat the books with the BetMGM Network. I'm backing McNeese State to cover as 15.5-point favorites ahead of its home matchup against Texas Rio Grande Valley. The Cowboys secured a 30-point road victory as 10-point favorites against their conference rival earlier this season and will likely lock down another convincing win to kick off their week. I'm Kate Constable from the BetMGM Network. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today. Please gamble responsibly.
You ever try fixing your car and realize you're missing that one part? Yeah, been there. That's why eBay's my go-to. They've got millions of parts, guaranteed to fit. I'm talking brake pads for when yours have seen one too many miles of stop and go. Oil filters, because you don't mess around with your engine care. Even got this cold air intake on my watch list. I might just go for it. To keep the ride cool and your DIY streak high. Find all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things. People. Love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing, playoffs on the line, golf, Tiger, Rory, and more of the best from the PGA Tour, split into 6 teams. Learn more at TGLGolf.com. Tune in every week for TGL matches. Keep up, it's golf.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at checkethos.com. That's checkethos.com.
Welcome to TGL, presented by SoFi, golf's newest league, live on ESPN and ESPN Plus. It's 2 hours of hammer dropping, overtime forcing,
Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, a massive test for the Portland Trail Blazers as they begin a 7-game road trip that includes games against the league's top 3 teams with stops in Cleveland, Boston, and Oklahoma City. Tonight, Portland's in Salt Lake City visiting the Jazz. Matisse Thybulle, DeAndre Ayton, and Robert Williams all out for Portland. Tip off just after 6 o'clock. The Blazers are 7-point road favorites. On the college hardwood, the Auburn Tigers are the unanimous #1 team in the country in this week's AP poll. Oregon big man Nate Biddle named Big Ten Player of the Week after averaging 22 points, 8 boards, and 3 blocks in wins over Iowa and number 11 Wisconsin last week. Meanwhile, Oregon State's Michael Rataj has been named WCC Player of the Week for the 3rd time this season. He averaged 27 points and 11 boards against Pepperdine in San Diego in the Beavs' last 2 contests. And on the links, or in the simulation game, the LA Golf Club, a come-from-behind 5-4 win.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Over Ricky Fowler's squad. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley from 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player. Tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Do it every morning. Dirt and Spray. Weekdays 6 to 9 a.m. on Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan.
Hear this, right now.
Welcome. Primetime with Isaac and Suk.
What is going on up here?
I never know, man.
Unbiased.
Shut your mouth.
Uncompromised sports talk without the sugarcoating.
I hope you're happy. You wasted everyone's life for 30 seconds.
Isaac Rupp and Jason Sukanik.
Now shut up and let me do my job.
The best in sports coverage.
You're just gonna be quiet.
This is Primetime with Isaac and Suk on 1080 The Fan.
All right, we are back. Thank you.
I owe Peyton Manning an apology.
Yes, you do. Well, first of all, it was Brock Osweiler.
That's my apology.
Oh, I thought
you were not benched for Paxton Lynch.
Yeah.
You were benched for Brock Osweiler.
Yeah.
He's tall.
The big tall guy.
No, my apology won't come from my statement of he is the worst quarterback to ever win a Super Bowl. I would also like to point out in that Super Bowl, he went 13 of 23 for 141 yards, no touchdowns, and an interception.
Gritty yards, though.
That is a rating of 56.6, by the way.
Look, we all know he wasn't what he used to be. We all know that.
Stop it.
Well, we know that.
During the regular season, he got benched, started 9 games. He completed 59% of his passes. He threw 9 touchdowns. Would you care to guess how many interceptions?
77.
17.
Oh, I thought you were going to say 70.
17.
Yeah, no,
and
look,
he had a quarterback rating.
We get it.
Of 60.
We get it.
He was so I just
What is the
Peyton
point?
Manning did not win a second Super Bowl.
He sure did.
He did not. He was a corpse standing back
and
there.
he has the ring to prove it. And
Sure.
you, sir, will not be able to take that away from him.
Trent Dilfer, Trent Dilfer gets mocked all the time. Trent Dilfer was 10 times more important in the Ravens Super Bowl than Peyton Manning was to his second one.
He still won it.
Sure.
And there is your first elder quarterback case study
There
from
you go.
Jason Sukanik.
9 touchdowns, 17 picks. But yeah, he had a lot to do with that Super Bowl.
I want another one.
Which is worse, getting benched for Brock Osweiler or getting benched for Paxton Lynch?
Probably Lynch.
Well, then I owe
Osweiler at the time was intriguing.
Then I owe
Paxton Lynch was never.
Then
intriguing.
I owe again. Then my apology stands. I'm sorry for saying you got benched for Paxton Lynch.
Well, anyway, I want another elder quarterback case study from you next week, please.
See what I can do.
Thank you. Yeah. Where were we?
I don't know.
I don't either.
I was busy yelling about Peyton
birthdays.
Dude, well, yeah, we got a big birthday, but hey, did you see the big TGL comeback?
No, I did not.
It was wild.
Dude, it was crazy.
It was wild.
Was it crazy?
Yes.
Yeah, the LA Golf Club had a 2% chance of victory while standing on the 12th tee. Now, they only played 14, so they needed to win, hammer, and win again on 12, and then they walked it off in overtime.
I understood nothing of what you just said.
Just trust him. It was awesome.
They had to win, hammer, and win?
They had 3 holes to win 4 points, so
And
they
there's-
won one, and then they hammered, so it was worth 2,
If you
and then
hammer,
they won
it
another
doubles.
one.
There's only 14 holes?
Yeah, they only play 15, I think, right? Or
I think it's 14, and then if they're tied after 14, they go to
I love that
overtime.
YouTube boobs that over here gambling
Yeah.
us don't even know how many holes they play.
Well, no, we don't know. But look, we won.
Sure.
We won again.
That's right.
We're red hot.
You're seriously like 7-1 on the season.
Yeah.
And you don't even know the rules, but I love it.
It doesn't matter.
Yeah.
I know the golfers. That's what matters,
That's what
bro.
matters.
got a hot tip coming for the 6 o'clock match.
Yeah, my hot tip is, well, actually, I'm not going to give it out. You need to call 1-900-888-LOCK. I hope to go 2-0.
I thought you were just going to tease and hold the viewers for the rest of the show. You can find out in our second to last segment.
I can't imagine anyone is betting this at all, but in the event that they are, and I am hot, I like Boston tonight.
All right.
Rory has not won yet, and
He's invested.
He's going to win.
So he's clearly bothered that he hasn't won on the big TGL.
He's going to win.
Yeah.
And they're playing Atlanta. It's a good matchup. Good little matchup.
Well,
Justin Thomas plays for Atlanta, so it's a tough match. But I think Rory's going to pull it out.
All right.
Boston strong.
Oh, yeah. Was that...
as they say.
That was the bombing, right? Where that came from?
Yeah, the marathon bombing,
The marathon
I think,
bombing.
yeah.
Boston strong.
And then the manhunt that followed.
Yeah, I think I'm waiting for the 30 for 30 on that.
They had a...
Well, there was a
there was a documentary on it
Yeah.
that was actually pretty good.
It was great.
I managed over the weekend because I wasn't feeling well, so I was on the couch. I did manage to get through the Gabby whatever.
Petito.
Yeah, and
Yeah.
I regret watching it.
Yeah, I mean, it's...
Yeah, but,
Look, it's the story. If you
Yeah,
want the story,
it's
you're
the
going to get
story.
it.
Yeah.
It's just there's nothing like...
No.
Again, my comment on that is, while an interesting watch,
Yeah.
it's an unremarkable story in a sense that we've seen that story over and over and over. If it's just the abusive, crazy boyfriend, and that's it.
Yeah, it's just
and
it's
she tried to
frustrating.
get away,
It
but
just seems so preventable.
yeah.
Also,
Anyway,
it also led me to hate vloggers, which I already do, and that whole thing. It's just the whole thing. It did nothing for me.
so the birthday today
What's the birthday?
is the great.
Donovan Klingon.
Is it?
Yeah, it is.
Oh,
The Block Lobster?
The Block Lobster.
how old is
Happy
the Block
birthday.
I
Lobster?
think he's 21.
Whoa.
Celebrating
Yeah.
his 21st birthday in Salt Lake City?
That's right.
Ow.
You couldn't do it any better.
Boy, is there a worse place to celebrate 21 than being in Salt Lake?
Boy, that is so young.
That is young.
That
That
wasn't
is-
actually the birthday, though.
Yes.
Wait, what?
That wasn't your birthday, though.
Oh,
That was the
no.
one you
No, I didn't know Donovan Klingon shared a birthday with this great man. The great Phil Knight.
Oh, I did see
It
that.
is his birthday
I
today.
did see that.
Do you remember PK80?
I do remember PK.
Well, it's now PK87.
I know, right?
He's getting old,
It does
dude.
not seem like it was that long ago.
No, it doesn't.
Yes.
And they did a couple of those PKs,
Yeah.
those basketball tournaments.
Yeah.
They're not doing that anymore, but he's 87 today.
Yeah. Well, you know what? Kudos to Phil because I love Nike. I'm wearing my hot pink Nike
Oh,
Air
yeah.
Max today.
Yeah.
I didn't realize it was in honor
Those
of
are
his
hot.
birthday. They are very. I believe these are called Fireberry. I love Nike. It is my favorite athleisure wear. I've been a Nike guy my whole life, and that's a great American story in Phil Knight. Whatever you think of him and that company, it is a giant success. And I thought Shoe Dog was a really good book, his autobiography. Or was it his autobiography or just his biography?
It was his biography, I
Biography.
believe.
Yes. That is an amazing story. And from little old Oregon. So way to go, Uncle Phil.
Do you think that have you guys ever seen Phil Knight wear anything other than black?
No.
He doesn't
I think
wear the duck color. Like I was thinking about this today, and then I had to go Google it. There are no photos of him in yellow and orange or yellow and green.
No, he wears
It's
jeans,
all black.
black t-shirt, black blazer, black Oregon hat.
Yes,
Yeah.
and sometimes a black shirt like you have on
Yeah.
that has the green Oregon on it.
Yes.
And he wears Oregon shoes.
Yeah.
Oh, sure.
But he doesn't. He never. Have you ever seen him in a yellow or green Oregon gear?
No.
You'd think for being like the founder, he'd be in like athleisure wear and sweatshirts and tracksuits
he's
and stuff
not.
all the time, and he's not.
Well, he's got the maybe there's something to this one, like because was it Steve Jobs, right? Zuckerberg, the billionaires, they just wear one thing. Phil wears the same thing every time. So maybe there's something to just that billionaire mindset where you're like, oh, I'm rocking the black T-shirt and the jacket and throw the cap, and I guess he doesn't really need to be flashy. He's Phil Knight, for God's sakes.
Well, don't you think when you get that rich and you're that high profile, that if you wear something, if you don't streamline it, you tee yourself up for, especially if you're not the most,
Getting
like
mocked.
stylish,
Yeah.
like he's not the most stylish guy, right?
Yeah.
You kind of open yourself up for getting mocked. Whereas if you just stick with what's safe,
Yeah.
and what you know is good and what people recognize you in,
Yeah. Well,
it's easier.
This is a valid point in that.
That's what Zuck does.
Yeah, that's what I say. To your point,
My guy Zuck.
the Zuck. Jordan, that being Michael Jordan, is the most iconic athlete of all time. He has the most iconic brand of all time. He has the most iconic shoes of all time. And you know, that dude is constantly ridiculed because he dresses like a boob. Like, people make fun of that guy nonstop. They're like, you have access to the most successful offshoot brand in sports history, and you look like an ass clown.
Every time people see him in a pair of jeans, he doesn't hear the end of it.
No.
He cannot find a pair of jeans that fits him right.
He just gets mocked all the time. And he would do wise as he gets older to do the Phil Knight thing. And MJ find, because he says 11s and 3s are his favorites. Wear nothing but 11 and 3s, and then find a pair of pants and then the Phil Knight jacket combo that works for you, and never deviate. Because you're right. He just gets mocked. And maybe that was Phil. Maybe Phil saw Jordan getting made fun of and is like, not as I get older. Because aging gracefully is a hard thing. You know?
Yeah. Or you just gotta, I don't know. I think maybe you have an image, you have an image to uphold, and so you just stick with what works.
Yeah.
Less about, he probably doesn't care if he's mocked.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's like, hey, this black t-shirt, black sport coat works for me, so I'm just going to keep going.
Well, it's either that or
I can buy 30 of them.
It's either that or you do the other way and you just hire a stylist to always look good. But maybe guys like that don't want to.
They don't do that. Like Paul Allen didn't do that. No. Phil Knight doesn't do that.
Well, Paul, rest his soul, Paul dressed like a slob and looked like a slob. Phil at least looks put together because, again, he wears the same thing, and black is slimming, and the black blazer is universal, right? It just works.
By the way, somebody said they remember Trae Young at the first Phil Knight tournament, the PK 80.
Was he really?
Which I looked it up, was 2017.
Oh,
Trae Young played in that tournament.
Jeez,
time flies, man.
That does not seem like it was that long ago.
You know who won that tournament?
I don't remember who won that.
I don't either.
Because all the Nike schools were there. I mean, was it Kentucky? Was Kentucky there? Maybe Michigan State. I remember Izzo being there. I'm gonna say Michigan State.
Yeah, I think it was Michigan State. Yeah,
look at that.
They beat North Carolina. It appears.
By the way, that was merely just I bet Michigan State.
Total stab in the dark by you.
Just stab in the dark.
Cassius Winston won MVP. Trae Young, Luke May, Jalen Barford, and Joshua Langford were the rounded out the all-tournament team.
By the way, I'm just looking at photos of young Phil Knight, and it's a trip to see him without any facial hair. And
he looks very different.
He looks very different when he's
Marvin Bagley, the MVP of the 2019 Phil Knight tournament.
Oh my God.
Okay,
are we
Marvin
1,000 years old?
We are, yes.
Yeah.
I think that's what we're learning here. And in the 2022 event, a little closer to
today,
to Dizzle, doesn't have the MVP. I don't know. Maybe there wasn't one, but they did 3 of those.
Yeah.
Anyway, happy birthday, Phil. You big stud.
87 years old.
All right.
What happens to? And I know he has set it up to supposedly where all this stuff is going to be self-sustaining after he's gone, but I wonder how much of an impact when he leaves us to go to run in the old sky, or the other way. I don't know where Phil's going. Whatever you think of him, I just wonder what happens to Oregon when his influence is no more.
No one knows.
Yeah,
no one knows.
But you hear again. There's rumors is that he has set it up to where all of that stuff will be able to keep going.
It has to have an impact, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, you can try to replicate it.
Yeah.
But it
won't last forever.
Well, even Nike, since he has stepped down and taken a lesser role, like it's hard to replicate.
All right, up next is our stock watch. What we're buying and selling from the weekend in sports on the Fan.
It's Primetime Stock Watch. What's all the hype? Are Isaac and Soup buying it or calling BS and unloading it fast?
Sounds to me like you guys are a couple of bookies.
Is the hype accurate or a bunch of hot gas? Before you buy or sell, listen close.
It's easy to grin when your ship comes in and you've got the stock market beat. But the man worthwhile is the man who can smile when his shorts aren't too tight in the seat.
Primetime Stock Watch is brought to you by 1-800-DIVORCE. When you need to take stock of your rights, 1-800-DIVORCE is on your side. Call 1-800-DIVORCE today.
All right, nice to have you along. It's Monday, but you already knew that. Maybe you didn't.
Yeah. Maybe you're just waking up and you're like, oh my God.
What day is it?
Went on a bed.
You're like the olds. They don't know. They don't care what day it is.
Yeah, once you retire or you're on vacation, days cease to have meaning.
Here's Buckley with our stock watch.
Yeah, that's right. The Portland Trailblazers back on the winning track after bludgeoning the Charlotte Hornets over the weekend. Here's head coach Chauncey Billups on franchise cornerstone Toumani Camara.
And I think that this is, his next level, and as he continues to get better and better. I loved more than anything the quality of shots that Tu was shooting tonight. Open threes, obviously, boom, always take them. He gets himself in trouble sometimes when he over-penetrates and he gets in the air off of one leg and tries these tough finishes. We're trying to make him better and eliminate some of those looks. He didn't do that tonight, so I just thought his shot quality was incredible. Obviously, he's so efficient, but when Tu is a finished product at some point, I don't know when that's going to be because he's still very early in it, he'll be able to do both. He'll be able to score and impact the game offensively, as well as obviously we know how good he is defensively.
Blazers obviously a little hamstrung personnel-wise this season, but given the job that Chauncey Billups has done this season with the roster he has, buy or sell, they should give him a look at extending him.
It's going to be hard not to, right? I mean...
So he's a free agent?
Last year of his deal. They've not extended him yet.
So, look, I mean, if you're Portland, I don't know how you don't look at him. Now, the question becomes, does he want to be here? I think that he's trying to coach for another opportunity. And I think given the opportunity, he would leave. I don't think he's dumb. I think he realizes that this is still a long way off. I think he's coaching to get out of here. Should they give him another look? Sure. But at the same time, look, if Chauncey Billups leaves, dude, that's not the end of the world.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Camara.
Oh.
No, Billups.
Yeah, you're talking about Billups. Yeah, when you were talking about Billups, then I was like, wait a minute, what's he talking about Billups for?
No.
I'm thoroughly confused.
Camara has...
But now I'm okay.
Camara has established that he is the one guy that I can say definitively that in the next 5 years, he will be on this team. There's just no reason to go anywhere else. That guy, and he's not a star, that guy is going to be a very, very good player in this league. But with Billups, like, if you want to bring him back, sure. If he doesn't want to be here or if he wants a bunch of money or wants a bunch of concessions, dude, Chauncey Billups is a dime a dozen. The guy seems to be a solid coach. He's done better than you thought with this team. But again, if that doesn't fit into your long-term plans, I don't think anyone is crying in their beer if Chauncey Billups decides to go somewhere else. I don't think anyone would be upset if you bring him back. I think he's just the definition of, he's an NBA coach.
So you're asking the question, should they bring him back now?
Yes. Yeah, should they consider extending him or signing him to a new deal?
It's an interesting question because I think they pissed him off to the point where we all kind of thought
that he wouldn't want that.
There's no way.
Now he's performing so well. Like if you, it's made me think they should maybe go in another management direction and keep him around because he's done okay.
Oh, ooh. So Jody comes in and fires
Cronin.
I mean, that seems unlikely, but
yeah, I doubt she does that.
Well, if you do, you probably just clean house and everyone.
I think Chauncey's earned a little bit of cred.
Yeah, I think Chauncey's a good coach. I do, and I do think he's a good coach. He just has his crappy roster.
So it's hard to judge anyone off of that, which is half the NBA.
I also feel like they've done too much damage. I think he's out of here, assuming he gets another offer. Now, if he doesn't get another offer, that's when it becomes interesting. Do the Blazers try to bring him back? And then if he doesn't have anything else out there, well, I can't imagine he would just walk away, would he, without another gig? No. Okay, so then in that scenario, he would probably be back.
Yeah. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, no, I I like him. I just think they've pissed him off, and I think he's out of here.
That he won't want to, even if they wanted him.
I would tend to agree.
Well, I don't think he'll want. But again, the scenario of if he doesn't have anything else
If
out
there's
there,
no chair for
he's
him to
not
sit
just
in.
going to quit.
Yeah.
Or maybe he will. Maybe he's so bent out of shape that he would. I doubt he would. I think if you're the Blazers, you do look at mending that fence, but it may be too late.
How about a little bit of college hoop over to Madison, Wisconsin, where the Ducks came back from 17 down against the 11th-ranked Badgers.
15 seconds left. Ducks have fouled 5 times, Wisconsin 6. Oregon inbound. Up top to Shellstad. Shellstad, long 3. Oh! Tie game! Ducks got to play D.
Wait, did he make it?
Yeah. I don't think you react like that for a miss, but maybe.
Maybe you do.
When every time he does that, he's like, off the back iron. Dude, that is a deep Damian Lillard-esque 3.
That's a good shot.
And then they rallied in OT.
They win in overtime, and for the 15th straight season, Dana Altman's Ducks have won 20 games. He's one of only 2 coaches in the country to have done that. Buy or sell, Dana Altman is the most underrated head coach in the country.
Whoa.
That's good.
Whoa.
He's a very good coach.
He's always been underrated to the point where I think he's no longer underrated.
Because he's been talked about as being underrated?
Is he the Kyle Whittingham of college basketball?
Yeah,
that's a good comp.
That's a good comp.
He's just good.
He's just good.
You know, you go through that 6-game swoon, and everyone is like, oh, my God. And yet here they go. They right the ship. They go on the road. They beat Iowa, and it was like, well, Iowa sucks. Well, then, Wisconsin's going to be the real test. And then you go into Wisconsin, you win that game, and watch him. He'll end up in the Sweet 16 with a team that isn't that talented. Yes, Dana Altman is underrated, but at this point, yeah, I think the word is out. Everyone knows that Dana Altman, look, he's not Tom Izzo, right? He's not Coach K.
Yeah, he's still short of being like a superstar head coach somehow, but he's right below
that. Dude is a rock-solid coach, and you cannot count his teams out.
Well, I mean, he's way up there on the wins list, too.
Yeah.
Like, I think amongst his peers, there's no way he's underrated. They always respect Dana Altman and always have. I think to the casual fan, it's like, yeah, that guy.
Yeah.
But he is definitely. I don't think he's underrated to answer to buy or sell the stock, because I think he was when he got to Oregon.
He's
Maybe
gotten his flowers now.
Yeah, I think he's been around long enough that people get it with him, and he's done enough in the tournament that people get it with him. He's nasty, and he's stylish.
The brush.
Mr. Personality.
Well, keeping it within the conference, Eric Musselman, the latest coach out of Los Angeles, to criticize the travel schedule.
I mean, I think there's a whole bunch of things that factor. Number one, UCLA, Washington, Oregon, USC, we're in the hole 2 to 4 games based on travel. And it's going to be that forever for men's basketball. So you either got to do it UCLA women and USC women, and you got to have far superior talent in order to survive all this. This is the same trip that Coach Cronin, had his, and unless you're doing it or have done it in the past, which no one has done it unless you've been in the NBA. And when you travel 3 time zones and you're out here for 6 days, and we're going to get back right now, we're supposed to stop in Kansas City or Tulsa. We're going to get back roughly at 3 a.m. Then we're going to bus. And then they're going to go to class at 8. And you're not going to be in your bed even to try to attempt to sleep until 4 a.m. And then you have a class in 4 hours, which means you got to get up, you got to shower, you got to get to class. So, should a West Coast team be playing a game at 6 o'clock at night? By the way, Ohio State's in Los Angeles and has been there for 2 days. And they played several hours before us. But yet we're the team that has to travel cross country, and then our body clocks have to readjust. So is that why we lost tonight? No, I'm more worried about the travel affecting our game at Ohio State than I am this game, because when the schedule came out, the game that I thought we would be most affected by is Ohio State.
Okay, dude, shut up already.
Exactly.
Buy or sell that any West Coast coach who agreed to have their team go to this conference should have their mic cut and should be fined by the conference for complaining about travel.
Yes,
again.
cram it.
Cut his mic.
Just roll it up real tight and cram. Give back the money then. Don't do it.
And USC and UCLA were the ones who pioneered this, and they're the ones complaining. And oh, by the way, all those schools in the Midwest, they still have to come to you too.
But wait a minute, did Musselman was he even in the Pac-12, or is this his first?
He might have still been with Arkansas when they made that move. So
Yeah, I can't
think,
remember.
But I think he went knowing that they were going to the Big 12.
Yeah,
So he signed
right.
up for this.
Yeah. Well, and it's it's another one that he's the USC coach.
Yes.
That's the team that blew up the Pac-12.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
he should have. Look, he doesn't have any say on whether the USC comes or goes. At the same time, he should have that awareness. And yes, they should. Well, I don't know about cut his mic. What was the other thing?
Fine him.
Fine him. I mean, I don't know about any of that, but he should have the awareness.
Exactly. Just cram it.
To shove it.
No one cares. And by the way, can we stop? Can we stop with the class thing? You asshat. Your kids aren't waking up at 7:30 in the morning to go to class. I would love to see your kids' schedule. Okay? Can we just stop the charade that these coaches have their kids in chemical engineering? My God, half of these kids. We all know where academics ranks. Let's not act like USC is somehow the Princeton of the West. All right? When you are at a USC or a UCLA or an Oregon or a Duke, even a place like Duke, okay, that's known for academics, or North Carolina, stop with this. They're there at 7:30 in the morning going to biology. That stuff is the kids want millions of dollars. They want NIL. They want profit sharing. As Cardell Jones said, I didn't come here to play school. And yes, there are kids that do it and that do take those classes and do have to get up and grind. And trust me, I know plenty of Pac-12 and now Big Ten college football and basketball players that go to one class a week if you're lucky. So take that crap and send it somewhere else.
By the way, Dana Altman was asked about the travel. He said, we wanted to be in the Big Ten. We asked to be in the league. We're not complaining about the travel or complaining about anything. We've made a few trips and our guys enjoy the new environment.
Thank you. It's like when
USC did too. I mean, like, why doesn't Musselman have that awareness?
Well, because he's not good. And one is successful and one isn't. It's like when Dan Lanning, when they had to go play Ohio State, he said, you know what? This is great. It's an opportunity. And everyone else bitches about it. The only time you bitch about schedule or anything else is when you're not good.
When stuff's falling apart.
When stuff's falling apart. And then what did I say?
And they have lost 5 of 6.
Yes.
USC.
And what have I always said? The first time you know that a program's in real trouble is when a coach starts what? Complaining about stuff like this. They start complaining about fans. They start complaining about the media. Or they start complaining about travel schedules. It means that your team sucks. And you need to take the onus off of you. And woe is me. How could anyone succeed doing this?
By the way, they play at Oregon on Saturday.
That's right.
But they got that mean Ohio State game on Wednesday.
Well, and I've got my tutor schedule, and I got to get to class.
How do
at
they even
4.
do it?
I don't know.
I don't think I can make my TA's office hours. It'll be it's gonna be rough. Finally, quick one for you. Today in the NFL, a proposal to ban the tush push. Here's what Nick Sirianni has said about the tush push.
You've seen it across the league that people can't do it like we can do it. They can't do it like we can do it. And so I'm making my plug right there. Like, don't ban this play. Like, if everyone could do it, everybody would. Where's the camera? If everybody could do it, everybody would do it.
Buy or sell, the owners should vote to ban the tush push at the league meetings next month.
No. It's not. Philadelphia is uniquely designed. They got rid of Jason Kelsey, and they still do it well. I've never understood this. It's not. There's no more injuries on that play than any other goal line play, and it's ridiculous. As Nick Sirianni said, if everyone could do it, they would do it, but they can't. Philadelphia does well, and so it's just sour grapes. Shut up about it. It works, and Philly runs it to a T. Everyone. By the way, Buffalo tried it, and Buffalo didn't get jack squat off of it, so maybe they should work harder with it.
Who's worse, the Packers, who are the ones that are trying to get the NFL to vote it out, or Eric Musselman?
Oh, I hate the Musselman thing. That's the travel schedule and the class thing. That's the one that really gets me.
I also think the Packers aren't alone. I think there's other teams that feel the same way.
That want it gone because they don't want to run it.
I'm sure they want it gone. But...
Well, they've got a fragile quarterback and they don't want to run it.
Well,
so
I think it's kind of silly that you're asking the league to get rid of it.
Yeah.
That's a bad look.
It is a bad look. It makes you kind of sound like a bitch. Hey, I can't stop something.
Yeah.
It's like when Saban wanted to
Exactly.
ban like up-tempo offenses and running quarterbacks. Oh, I wonder why you want that banned, Nick.
There's your Stock Watch. Each Monday, it's brought to you by Goldberg Jones. That's right, Goldberg Jones. When it comes to divorce, custody, or child support issues, trust Goldberg Jones to help. Call 1-800-DIVORCE. Phone questions answered at no charge. Coming up next, it is time for the news. I have something specifically for you.
I'm
That's
excited.
you.
I'm excited.
My co-host.
Not the fans, but me.
This is for you.
I can't wait.
Because you often talk about the homeless people with dogs issue.
Yes.
Yeah, I've got a story about that.
Jams me right up.
We've got that. And record rains. That's next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on the Fan, a big-time test for the Portland Trail Blazers as they begin a 7-game road trip that includes games against the league's top 3 teams with stops in Cleveland, Boston, and Oklahoma City. Tonight, Portland is in Salt Lake City visiting the Jazz. They'll be without Matisse Thybulle, DeAndre Ayton, and Robert Williams. Tip-off just after 6 o'clock. The Blazers are 7-point road favorites. On the college hardwood, the Auburn Tigers, the unanimous number 1 team in the country. The Oregon Ducks receiving votes, but still outside of the top 25. Oregon big man Nate Biddle named Big Ten Player of the Week after averaging 22 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 blocks per game in wins over Iowa and number 11 Wisconsin. Meanwhile, Oregon State's Michael Rataj has been named WCC Player of the Week for the third time this season. He averaged 27 points and 11 boards against Pepperdine and San Diego last week. In the NFL, one team has proposed a rule change banning the Tush push made popular by the Philadelphia Eagles. It's been reported the Packers are the team proposing that rule change. Team owners will vote on the proposals next month. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The home of Primetime with Isaac and Sue. Weekdays 3 to 7, 1080 The
right, welcome back. It's Isaac and Suk. It's Monday here on 1080 The Fan. It is February 24, 2025. It's time now for In the News. I'm your noted newsman. Hello, thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
What?
It's brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. Today is National Trading Card Day.
Oh. I haven't touched a trading card in 35 years.
You know, the market is hot.
Yeah, I see it all the time. My the BTJ's brothers, they love it, and so they buy cards because they can't get them in Japan. So they buy them over here, ship them here, and then we have to send them over to Japan. Like, they're all about it. And you see them like when Target and like Costco get them in, like fights break out over them. So people try to go in and buy them all.
I was going to tell you a story, but in my head.
You had it and then lost it?
Well, I can't fully remember. I think it was something like when I was back in Kansas a couple weeks ago, we went over to this guy's house because he has like this epic sports memorabilia collection.
Yeah.
And he's got some old baseball cards in there. And one of the guys I was with said that he went to a baseball card show or a card show.
Sure.
In the 80s. And the card shop guy was like, yeah, you should buy a couple of these Michael Jordan rookie cards. They were like $5.
Yeah, and now depending on what they're graded, they
what are hundreds of thousands
if they're graded properly. Now you have to have everything graded. That's a whole separate market.
It's like 0 to 10.
0 to 10, but if you have like a 10 Jordan rookie, it's
and it's a rare one.
It's quite valuable.
Yeah. So at the time, Jordan was like, I think he was a rookie, and I think that the guy was like, this guy's going to be the next big thing, and my buddy's dad was like, well, I don't know. I don't know about $7 or $5. Yeah. What if you just paid the 20 and bought 4 of those?
They've got it on sale here. Looks like for about $500,000 smackers.
God.
If you have a Jordan PSA 10.
$5.
Yep. Yeah, it's ridiculous.
And he said he did not do it.
My Jordan rookie, that Jordan Fleer card that if you're a collector, you know. I think I sold one once to a card shop in Portland when I was a kid for like $16, and I thought it was like a big deal.
Yeah, because you probably got it in a pack or something.
Yeah,
made money, baby.
I was like $16.
What's it worth now?
Hell yeah! Oh, I don't know. Like I'm looking here. If you have like a 7 or an 8, looks like you can get anywhere from like 20 to 40 grand depending on. You know. So. But at the time, when I was like 8 years old, $16 was.
Well, what if we took you back to 8-year-old Suk and said, "Hey, if you hold on to this for 30 years, 40 years, it's going to be worth 20 or 30 grand. Or right now, you can sell it for $16. I bet you 8-year-old Suk's like, well, let's take the $16.
Take the $16.
It's like you not liking having your gambling money tied up in futures. It's like, okay, that's great, but what am I can't use this forever now.
Yeah, I'll just take the $16.
I liked collecting cards when I was a kid, and
we all did.
I have no idea what happened to any of mine or if I had anything that was worth a damn. But everyone knew that one kid that took it seriously, and then they went into adulthood and they have like awesome stuff and it's worth a bunch of money.
I don't know where my cards are either. I was just talking to my dad about that. I don't know what happened to him.
Couldn't tell you.
I don't think I had anything really that good. Although Jeff McGinley, our old engineer, remember Crazy Eyes?
Yeah.
He found a George Brett rookie card once and gave it to me.
Oh, well, that's kind of fun.
So I have that.
Did you ever get it? Like, you never get it graded or anything, right?
I don't even know what to do with it. I just have it.
All I know is
how much is that worth?
If Greg Jeffries ever turned into something, because I do remember stocking up.
Yeah.
I had like
the mistake cards.
I had like 15 of his rookie card, and I was convinced that it was going to be, that he was going to be the next great Met.
Well, but he had the mistake cards because they had Craig Jeffries and Greg Jeffries, and it was a big deal to get your hands on the wrong card.
All I wanted was the Billy Ripken FU card. Yeah. That was like my whole goal.
The barrel of his bat.
Barrel of his bat. That's all I wanted.
Or on the knob of his bat.
Knob. It said FU, but it actually said it. That's all I wanted.
One of the hot ones out right now, it's a one-of-one card that is a Bryce Harper card, and it has the knob of his R.I.P. Harambe bat there.
R.I.P. Harambe. Oh, my God. You remember Harambe?
D's out for Harambe.
Remember that old dude?
Yeah.
Just trying to help a little kid.
More of a jawless Jerry man myself.
Takes one in the chest.
Yeah. Guy did nothing
Unbelievable.
wrong. Little brat.
Also, it is World Bartender Day, so
there you go.
Shout out to all you
Cheers.
bartenders
out there doing the Lord's work. Everyone should have a good, solid bartender.
We smashed.
I have a rich tradition. Both of my kids, well, the one's not old enough yet, but the oldest boy and girl have both slung suds. So I'm doing something right in this world.
It's a good trade.
Well, and it teaches you a little bit about people, right?
Yes, it does.
It's good to get behind 3 feet of mahogany at some point, and it teaches you about the human condition.
You also learn what a real drunk is.
There you go.
Smashed rain records on Saturday.
Yeah, it would not freaking stop.
2.18 inches in Portland. Beats the previous record from 1996. Although at my house, it felt like Sunday was worse, but
It goes drip.
It just
drip,
didn't stop. That thing
drip.
It was punishing this whole weekend.
Yeah, and today.
Yes.
But tomorrow, it's supposed to be nice in the afternoon, and then Wednesday, Thursday, it's supposed to be real nice, like spring weather.
Oh, look at us.
60s, blue skies, cocaine.
Ooh, that's just falling out of the sky too.
So I have
sugar.
I have a homeless people with dogs story for you.
Yeah, this one jams me up a little bit.
And we will get to that next on The Fan.
This is the Fan's Window into Sports, a view into today's top stories. Brought to you by Window Nation, online at windownation.com.
Ryan Gold up and over for Brian White, gets the inside track, goes down. And is it a free kick? Is it a penalty?
Yeah,
it's a
Kamal
free
Miller's
kick.
in big trouble.
Red card.
Big trouble. Big trouble, Kamal Miller.
Oh, some guy for the Timbers got a red card?
Yeah, they got their ass kicked. I was supposed to be at that, but one, I wasn't feeling good, and two, it was pissing rain the entire time. So
Well, who got the red card?
Miller.
Who's Miller? And what did he do?
He had a tackle in the box that was against the rules, and when you get a
Can't
red
do that.
card 11 minutes into the game, you're playing a man down for the next 89 minutes.
4-1 the Whitecaps. Those damn Canadians, I'll tell you what, had I been there, I would have booed.
Wasn't that the team the Timbers lost to in the playoffs?
Yes.
Didn't they go to the playoffs? Anybody?
They lose to them or they got eliminated by them?
Oh, that might have been right. You might be right about that. All right, 50% off all window styles right now at Window Nation, plus 5 years interest-free financing. Schedule your estimate by calling 866-90-NATION or visiting windownation.com.
The Fan is live on YouTube, Twitch, and
a 6 to an 8.
Here's one that's an 8.
That's
for
more
$455.
There you go.
Well, still, I mean, you know.
Well, and you could have a card even at a 10. Like I had a buddy of mine, unfortunately passed away a couple years ago. Great dude, and he had he ran Collection Connection. Such a good dude. Rest in peace, Kevin. And he had the most amazing memorabilia collection I've ever seen. His place was like a museum, and he was saying like even with the 10s, it's not about like. It's not even like the condition you keep it in. He said they don't come in 10s. 10 has to be, it's cut perfectly centered. So like when the machine cuts it, usually one side is a little off or the color on it. He said it's just the 10s are so
It's
rare.
like a unicorn.
It is a unicorn. So like everyone's like, oh, my card's in perfect shape. It's not. It's not a 10. And the 10s are the ones that have that astronomical value to them.
You know who doesn't get to collect baseball cards?
I know.
Harambe.
D's out for Harambe. All because that little brat had to crawl into the enclosure.
Well, it's not the kid's fault.
It is the kid's fault.
No, it's the guy who shot Harambe.
Well, it's the kid and
the parent
mom.
of the kid.
Well, the kid, all Harambe was doing was protecting the kid. Am I getting my facts
Harambe
wrong?
would not have been shot had parent not allowed kid to climb in there.
Well, that's true, but I still blame the guy who shot him. All Harambe was doing was holding the little kid.
Until he tore that kid limb from limb, which he didn't get the chance to do.
You think that would have happened?
I think that's why they shot him.
I think it was the fear. I think when you have a little kid, by the time Harambe starts, I think it's like, well, it's probably a little late. You ever see one of those videos of what a chimp does to something when they get a hold of it?
Yeah.
It's like beat it against the ground. It's terrifying.
I prefer to believe that Harambe was going to cradle the young child.
It's possible.
To safety.
Yeah.
A veterinarian. Yes, a veterinarian.
Who did
Now, this is
who did not shoot Harambe.
By the way, this is not Portland. Okay, so I'm always amazed at how few people understand that in the news is usually local news.
Yeah.
And the club is just
just
D off
random.
time.
Every now and then, ITN, though, we go outside.
Every now and then, yeah. But this pertains to you because I saw this story and I thought of you.
Mhm.
It's about homeless people with dogs.
Yes.
And this is from Grand Rapids, Michigan. And it was a veterinarian who took a dog from a homeless guy. She claims the dog was not being well taken care of, but she has now been charged with larceny.
Really?
Yes. You can't do that.
See? I was on to
You
something.
can't do it.
I was on to something.
And as a matter of fact, in here, now this is a misdemeanor. It's under $200.
Yeah.
You know, look, it's not like they're going to throw
No,
her
but-
in jail or anything.
Yeah.
She said that there was no food, water, or shelter for the dog. So, and she being a vet, she's like, I can protect this dog. I'm going to take the dog. You can't do that.
Yeah.
They're now saying that it's almost worse to take a homeless person's dog, no matter the condition. Well, if you think about it, they may need it more than, the average family.
Really?
I mean, that's...
They need it?
Well, you know what I mean? Like, it's more cruel to
Yeah.
take it from a homeless person than maybe even the average family.
I think it's kind of cruel sometimes for a lot of the homeless people to keep dogs. I think
agree.
they just do it out of sympathy.
And that's what the vet thought.
Yeah.
But she's now charged.
Well, I am very glad. I'm telling you, by the way, I see that dog that I almost took out of the Home Depot parking lot. I see that thing all the time. That lady is around, and every time I see the dog, it crosses my mind that I should take that dog. And I'm glad that I don't.
Now, the
Or
homeless
that I
person,
didn't, I should say.
The homeless person says, his name is Chris. He says that he tied the dog to his truck for 30 or 45 minutes while he walked to a gas station. He says that he has had Vinny, the dog, for 15 years, and he loves Vinny, and he's never neglected him, and he did have water out there while he walked to the store.
I don't know, man. I see plenty of dogs out there. That
Why
seem
wouldn't
like
you
they're-
walk to the store with Vinny and tie him up there?
Yeah.
Good question.
Yeah, I understand it's a tricky situation, and it's probably best just to leave sleeping
Let sleeping dogs
be.
lie.
Right? Just let it.
What if he wasn't sleeping?
Let it be.
Well, according to the judge, you cannot just take something because you feel something's wrong.
Yeah.
You don't just get to take matters into your own hands.
Yes.
So there, a lesson
you can't
for
just
you.
kick a homeless person off a bike and take it. No, you can't. I know you want to. You can't.
Now, the vet is saying that none of this is right. She said she spent over $3,000 in medical treatments for Vinny.
Yeah.
And now she's like, wait, I'm just supposed to hand him back over? No. So that's where we're at.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, just because you're homeless doesn't mean that you can't own a dog. Like
Yeah,
you
but
know.
if it's neglected, isn't it better off with the vet?
I don't know who determines that. I'd say have to.
Well,
go
the
to
judge.
Yeah.
The judge said, "Give the dog back."
Yeah. Well, then I'm glad that I didn't take that wonderful husky.
A cautionary tale for
Cautionary
you, sir,
tale.
from Grand Rapids, Michigan.
That hits close to home. Because every time I see that dog, I can't, and it's always tied up, always. And I just, it drives me bananas.
That is in the news for Feb 24, 2025, brought to you by the Advocates, injury attorneys at advocateslaw.com. The Hot 5 at 5 is next on The Fan.
Prescriptions require an online consultation.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, the Blazers start a 7-game road trip tonight. It includes games against the top 3 teams in the league with stops in Cleveland, Boston, and Oklahoma City, but it starts in Salt Lake visiting the Jazz. Matisse Thybulle, DeAndre Ayton, Robert Williams all out for Portland. Tip-off just after 6 o'clock. The Blazers are 7-point road favorites. On the college hardwood, the Auburn Tigers are the unanimous #1 team in the country after this week's AP poll. The Oregon Ducks received votes but remain outside of the top 25. Oregon big man Nate Biddle named Big Ten Player of the Week after averaging 22 points, 8 rebounds, and 3 blocks in wins over Iowa and Wisconsin last week. Meanwhile, Oregon State's Michael Rataj has been named WCC Player of the Week for the 3rd time this season after a week where he averaged 27 points and 11 boards. In the NFL, one team has proposed a rule change banishing the Tush push, made popular by the Philadelphia Eagles. It's been reported that the Packers are the team proposing the change. Team owners will vote on these proposals next month. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley, the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
The ultimate basketball party, Fan Madness, is back. March 20th and 21st at the Stadium Sports Bar at A&A Sportsbook. More info at 1080thefan.com.
Good afternoon. At the tone, Pacific Daylight Time will be...
It's 5 o'clock. 5 o'clock.
One step closer to my own personal hell.
This is Primetime on Sports Radio 1080 The Fan.
We expect the best. We're not afraid to break someone. Do you hear me?
Primetime is your source for the best in local, regional, and national sports.
Go ahead and clap. Mediocrity deserves applause.
Isaac Robb.
I'm miserable. I had to get up at 10 o'clock this morning.
Jason Sakanik.
I'm a dude playing a dude disguised as another dude.
Primetime on 1080 The Fan.
All right. Welcome back. Hope you're having a nice little Monday. It's your Sports Bros, one of whom is about to sneeze.
Oh, boy.
Stand by.
Not me. Hold on. Fight it. Fight it. May God keep and bless you.
Oh, man, that feels so good.
Oh, dear.
I'm Rob. Big Sook's right over there.
Start your back on that one.
Oh, dude.
Not on that one.
As I've gotten older, sneezes take on a whole new meaning.
I know.
I'm always
They're
worried
tough.
blowing out a lat. It happens.
Coming up this hour, well, we've already blown through the nerve segment that we were going to do.
The nerve segment.
Well, I remember I teased, I said, the nerve.
Yeah, the nerve.
Well, that came up in Stockwatch with the Eric Musselman situation.
Yes.
So that's off.
Thought we were going to talk about the best team in the Big 12.
Well, yeah,
BYU
we are.
basketball.
That's in my notes, too. How about a budding BYU-Arizona rivalry?
Yeah, about.
I mean, they hate each other.
About came to blows.
And that's a good rivalry.
We started the F the Mormon chants again.
Yeah, who needs Utah? Utah fired their coach today.
Yeah.
Let's talk BYU-Arizona.
We're moved on from basketball, or moved on from football, excuse me. We're a basketball powerhouse now. And we've knocked Kansas out of the rankings for the first time in like 80 years.
Well, it's only been 5, but I mean,
I think it was 80 weeks, though, right?
Yeah, it was 80 weeks. That's right. 2020.
Mustang did not be ranked. We wouldn't know now that we're powerhouses. Hey, Buck, where's your team ranked?
Receiving votes.
Oh, yeah.
Hey, by the way, that's kind of bullshit.
I thought so, too.
They beat Wisconsin.
Yeah.
On the
and
road.
They aren't ranked. They've won 4 in a row, 5 in a row.
The Peanut Biddle goes on the road there, knocks off Wisconsin and nothing.
Ooh, the Peanut Biddle. I like that.
Yeah. That's the Big Ten Player of the Week.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
He was great this weekend. He was great against Wisconsin.
Yeah, he was very good. Well, I mean, look, they were down 17 points.
Yes, they were.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know.
But, like, you don't usually expect your big
to
to
Oregon
make
model from the beginning of the year is fall down by a bunch and then come roaring back.
big free throws down the stretch, though, from the big man. Not always expected. It was nice.
Coming up this hour, NFL Monday musings continued. We'll talk about the tush push and what the Cowboys came out and said today. In the club tonight, we have a problem here at Odyssey I'd like to address.
Is it about our quilt situation over here?
It is not, but I will.
We've suddenly developed a real quilt problem.
Well, look,
here.
I think Odyssey is shaming some of our.
I know what you're talking about.
How do you know this?
Well, I've had similar thoughts, perhaps.
Okay. Well, we'll compare notes.
Yeah, I think it's interesting.
I think they're shaming people around here, and I don't like it.
A little bit. Motivation through shame.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm interested in this.
Yeah.
Oh.
Okay.
Well, I want to know who we're shaming.
Well, I'm going to tell you. There's a list.
Can't wait. Can't wait.
And what will the homeless bros do? That story in the club 6 to 7 right now. The Hot 5 at 5.
Hot topics, hot opinions,
Oh, Charlie, I'm hot today.
and hot air. It's time for the Hot 5 at 5.
That's hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 on Primetime with Isaac and Sue.
No, I mean it. That's very hot.
The Hot 5 at 5 with Isaac and Sue. Brought to you on The Fan by Victorico's Mexican Food. Discover Victorico's new savory menu items. Order in-store, online, or get it delivered straight to your door at victoricos.com.
He did it early. He did a lot of things.
Number 5.
Well, things are going great for the Sixers. They are now exploring alternative options for Joel Embiid's knee. This is code for they're fed up.
Yep.
Surgery could be in the cards. They're saying more tests this week, but the injections that he's been getting haven't been working. He's only played in 19 of 56 games, and by the way, they're getting smoked tonight. He's not playing, but they are playing. Who are they playing? Chicago.
It's the biggest disappointment in the NBA this year, hands down. I mean, they went into this year. Paul George thought this was an NBA title contending team, and I mean, it's an unmitigated disaster. And now you have two of the worst contracts in the NBA. You can't get out from underneath them. Your only hope is if you're Philadelphia is that Embiid actually gets his knee fixed, and then you end up getting Cooper Flagg in the lottery, and then everyone comes back and is healthy.
So they're getting smoked by Chicago, 69-48. There's still 2 minutes left in the first half.
They are 4 games behind your Portland Trailblazers.
Yeah. Not a good season.
No, that's true.
I bet you Philly Bro's pissed.
Number 4.
Philly Bro doesn't even attend those games now.
No. Well, they've moved on to this point, and I don't know.
Coming off a 53-point win over the Charlotte Hornets, your Zers hit the road tonight.
How bad are they? They left 53.
Yeah, they gave up 140.
Good Lord.
To the Zers.
Yeah.
Red hot Zers. You like it when I say that? Zers.
Our Zers.
Your Zers.
Now they got to what? Seven roadies in 12 days?
So they're in Utah. 7 straight on the road. Jazz a whopping 14-42. Much better tankers than Portland. Robert Williams remains out for the Blazers with that knee injury.
Oh, dude, no one's playing in this thing. The Jazz are down like 6 players. So this whole thing.
Yeah, the spread went from Blazers -2.5 to Blazers -7.5.
Yeah, dude, Marketing, a bunch of other dudes aren't playing. They're down like I think 6 guys. If you're the
take notes, this is how you tank.
This is how you tank. Yes.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean,
they tanked out of nowhere.
Yeah, the Blazers aren't getting the top.
And they tanked right from the beginning.
Going into the season, you would have never thought that the Jazz had the more tankable situation, and here they are 10 games better in the tank.
They're playing chess. Blazers are playing checkers.
Gonna get themselves another one of them whites.
Blow for former Oregon State baseball star Nick Madrigal. He's now with the Mets, and he's fighting for a roster spot, but he suffered a fractured shoulder in spring training.
No bueno.
Beavers baseball got a wake-up call. They lost to Minnesota yesterday. Minnesota, the Gophers, 2-4. That is 2 straight losses after knocking off number 2 Virginia. Next up for Beavers baseball, they will take on Baylor, Auburn, and Ohio State in Dallas. None of those teams are ranked. Beavers are number 9 this week, and Oregon is number 11. As for the college basketball poll, the Ducks are still just receiving votes, although Nate Biddle named Big Ten Player of the Week. Auburn and Duke, the top 2 in the poll, and Utah fired their coach today. Craig Smith is out, 65-62 after coming over from Utah State.
I saw this the first time in Auburn history. They were the unanimous number 1 team, received every vote.
Have they played Duke yet? Have those 2 teams played?
I don't know that they have.
I don't think they have either.
Well, why would they? What, SEC,
Preseason.
ACC?
Well, preseason. I mean, Kansas played Duke.
Yeah.
Kentucky played Duke. I didn't know if Auburn had.
I'll take a look-see and see.
It is NFL Combine Week. Stephen Jones of the Cowboys speaking today said they expect Trey Lance to leave via free agency.
Oh, no.
I know. He also said, well, the bigger thing there is he says that they are going to try to draft a quarterback to back up Dak Prescott. The fun starts Thursday in Indianapolis. Quarterback Shooter Sanders, running back Ashton Genty, both announced they will not work out, only participate in medicals and interviews.
By the way, Auburn has played Duke.
Yeah, what was the score?
Duke got him, 84-78.
Okay.
And I believe that's Auburn's only loss. Nope, they've lost twice. Where's their other at? They lost to Florida, 90-81. So those are only 2 losses.
I think Duke's number 1, or should be, but what do I know? Clearly nothing.
Clearly nothing.
Although Kansas beat Duke. How do you lose to Kansas?
Duke is 24-3, number 2 in the country.
Yeah, they got beat by Clemson the other day.
They have lost to Kentucky. They have lost to Clemson and
Kansas.
Yeah. I remember that. We watched.
Tried to tell you.
That was the nail biter.
San Diego State AD J.D. Wicker says the new look Pac-12 will have its TV deal in place by the end of March. We know there will be multiple partners. He says that they are all entities we're familiar with. After that, they'll try to add an 8th football playing member and then possibly 1, 2, or even 3 more schools in some but not all sports.
Yeah, whether you try to rope in a Gonzaga or something like that. I know the Mountain West has done that with a couple schools, and I'll be interested to see one. I mean, to say you're all familiar with the platforms, well, of course. Is there any platform that you're not familiar with? You think I end up on Tubi or something? I will.
I'm even familiar with Tubi.
Exactly, right?
Are you familiar with Telemundo?
God, I would give anything.
Well, remember Larry Scott was going to have distribution in China on Alibaba.
Yeah. So the real question becomes, where are your time slots, right? How accessible are these? Is it going to be a pain in the ass? And then ultimately, what's your dollar value? What are you bringing to the table? Because we've heard everything from 8 to 20 million. 20 million is long gone, but I think you're going to be somewhere in the $10 million range, I would think, is probably a conservative number.
We'll talk more about this coming up next. We'll get back to our NFL Monday musings. The Hot 5 at 5 brought to you by Victor Rico's Mexican Food, a hit with the whole family. Order in-store, online, or delivered to your door at victorricos.com. When you think of flavor, think of Victor Rico's. We'll be right back on The Fan.
I'm very confident.
Yeah.
The home of dirt and
Yeah, the Pac-12 is getting its media deal here by the end of March.
Yeah.
What an exciting time.
Again,
What do we think it's going to be?
I expect it to be around $10 million.
No, I mean like who?
Oh, my guess is probably streaming services will play a huge component. They said multiple partners.
Probably
so,
CW.
Yeah, you get the CW may get mixed in there. Maybe something, you might end with some on Amazon or Apple. They were kicking around that when the original one, before the fall of the Pac-12, there was the rumor, that Apple was part of that. And for a streaming service that wants to dip their toe in the water, this is going to be a very cheap way to do it. Again, you're looking at roughly $10 million per school. Maybe a little bit less, so if you're talking about $8 million and you're not going to be paying for all the games, for a streaming service that wants to get in on something like that, it's going to be a very low entry point. And the Pac-12 does have, remember the one thing they kept was all the equipment and the studios in the Pac-12. So that'll be an attractive thing to TV partners that you don't have to invest in that money. So my guess is it's probably spread out over at least one terrestrial option, one cable partner, and then at least one streaming partner, and then maybe selling off some of the third rights for some of the other sports to, again, maybe another streamer.
Can you name the Pac-12 membership? The newest?
The
Pac-12?
newest?
Yeah, what are there, 7? Well, actually, there's 8.
7 right now, right?
Well, there's going to be 8.
But we don't have 8.
Well, we do have 8. It's just that one of them doesn't play football. And it's not none of it's official because it's not a league yet, technically, right?
Yes.
They've announced that they intend it to be a league.
Yes. So you have Oregon State, it's all the state schools, right? So you have Oregon State, Washington State,
Yep.
Boise State,
Yep.
Fresno State,
Correct.
That's
right.
Colorado State?
Yeah, they're in there.
San Diego State?
Yep. You're missing one.
I'm missing one. Gonzaga's basketball only. So
yeah,
that
that was the 8th, but they're basketball only.
Who was the last one?
It was actually before all the other states.
Was it before all the other states?
But it's a state.
It's a state. What am I missing? So it's a state. So there's no Cal State.
You're gonna kick yourself.
Nevada State. And Nevada's not a state.
It's
what am I?
Utah State.
Utah State.
The great Aggies?
Yes, they're the Aggies.
Yes, the Aggies.
The Aggies. So you need 2 more football schools. You need 2
more.
more.
You need 1 at least.
Well, I thought you had to get to 8.
They do. So they need 1 more football school. That's 7. We're already at 7. So you need 1.
You need 1 more.
But they'll probably add more. It's just, I don't know. I don't know what they're thinking there. But then Gonzaga.
Yeah, there was some talk that maybe Memphis might be interested again, that you might go kick the tires.
That'd be good.
On that again. And Memphis or a place like Tulane.
Well, I know they're still trying to talk to UNLV.
Yeah. So try to rattle the cages of one of those schools. The big thing is that once you're in the conference, hopefully you get a decent distribution deal where people can see your games. And the big one is you get a seat at the table. You said Boise State last year, which is now part of your conference. Boise State was in the college football playoff last year. You're not going to get multiple teams in, even with the expanded playoffs. You're still going to have to be the best of the group of 6, but it will give you an opportunity where if you're an Oregon State or you're Washington State and you go on a great run and you don't have to be perfect. You don't have to be undefeated. But if you end up with a 10-2 or 11-1 season and win the conference, you are going to be in the conversation to have a shot at the table. So I think that's all you can really hope for. I don't think it's great. I don't think the TV deals have anything to write home about. I still think it puts you way behind the 8 ball with everyone else. You're probably not going to be able to compete when it comes to revenue sharing at the full $22.5 million the other schools are going to have. But we all knew that. Once that train left the station, it puts you at a disadvantage. But I think this keeps you afloat. I think it keeps you alive. It keeps you punching. And again, place at the table. So it's
Oregon State
it's as good as you could do.
Beavers and Cougs just got a bunch of money.
Yes.
From what was that big windfall from?
Well, it's the Rose Bowl. So
yeah, that's right.
For the next 2 years, you keep the old contract, so you get to split $50 million.
Dude, that's a lot of dough.
So you each get over the next 2 years, you'll get $25 a year. So that's a nice.
There's 2 years right there of paying your kids.
Yes, but that stuff. I don't know if that's where that's going to go because again,
I know, but it still helps. Like, come on, that's a significant amount of money.
Yes.
And then after that, we'll see. But I don't know where the Mountain West, where do they stand on all the payouts of like breaking the Mountain West contract and all that stuff? Because
Yeah.
aren't those like those are lawsuits? And,
Yeah, there was, and I don't know what the deal with all that is. I'm not certain if all that stuff has been settled, but they claim that they don't owe the penalties, and look, they're gonna have some cash in the short term. It's just that there's no path forward for them to generate a bunch of money. So regardless of whether you end up having to pay those penalties to the Mountain West or not, and with the extra $50 million that you're going to get off your TV deal and some of the NCAA credits from the tournament teams, the Pac-12 will have some cash to spread around. But again, it's not just going to be Washington State and Oregon State. I'm guessing you're going to have to spread some of that money to the other teams that are coming in. And that's going to be a nice little boost for you for the next, 2 years. But the reality is still going to be that you were operating on thin budgets to begin with, and that budget just got that much thinner. But it doesn't mean that you can't be good. It doesn't mean you can't be competitive. Again, see Boise State this year. You just have to do it. You just have to do it cleaner and differently than the other schools.
So now name the 2026 Mountain West.
Okay, 2026 Mountain West. So you are going to have
there are 9 schools.
9 schools. So you have UNLV.
Yes.
Air Force.
Yes.
UNLV, Air Force, Nevada.
Yes.
UTEP.
Yes.
Is that 4?
1, 2, 3. That's 5.
Hawaii.
Yes. 6.
Who else did you go and get? Searching. Who else did you go get? Did you get New Mexico State? You got New Mexico.
But close.
You got New Mexico.
New Mexico. Yep.
But you didn't get the Aggies. Who'd you go get in Texas? Rice?
No.
No?
No.
Houston?
No. Houston's in the Big 12.
Houston's in the Big 12. Who am I missing? It's got to be someone in Texas. They didn't get Texas State.
You are missing, it is not someone in Texas. You are missing a California school.
Missing a California school.
You are missing a new ad and an old Mountain West staple.
An old Mountain West staple. Okay, so then I'm going back. Who did
I
I
use
miss?
staple loosely. But.
Who did I miss in California? I'm scrolling up and down. Sacramento State wasn't there.
But they're considering it.
They're considering it.
You're close.
Sac State.
You're close.
Oh, San Jose State.
San Jose State.
Yeah, San Jose State in there.
And the last two?
The last two. One's a new ad.
From the MAC.
Toledo, maybe?
No, but they're considering it. Northern Illinois.
Northern. Yeah, that was the one where you're like, what? Northern Illinois?
Yeah, they moved over.
Who's the other one?
And the other one is Wyoming.
Oh, I should have gotten Wyoming.
Yeah,
they
Cowboys.
were in the Mountain West when I was in the Mountain West.
Yeah, so they're also considering Toledo, Sac State, and the Montana schools.
Yeah. So, I mean, look, either one of those conferences, it's like.
Am I wrong that the Mountain West kind of doesn't seem that much different?
It's not.
I mean, Boise State's not in there.
Just kind of there. I think of the two, I think the Pac-12 is the better of those conferences.
Well, it is, but I don't know. The Mountain West just still feels very Mountain Westy.
Well, but this is the problem. This is my only issue that I have with it is, again, if ultimately the goal is you got to get to the big dance, I certainly think there's a better path to get there in the Mountain West than there is the Pac-12. If you ask me which is the better chance to go 11-1, because ultimately it's going to come down. Any of these schools are going to have big marquee wins on their schedule. It's going to be the conference. Look at Boise State. Well, Boise State this year, their best game was a near loss to Oregon. And outside of that, it was like beating UNLV, whatever. So if you ask me which is more likely, UNLV going 11-1 or Oregon State going 11-1, I think UNLV's schedule, if they don't schedule the killers, it's a better schedule. It's an easier schedule in the Mountain West than it is the Pac-12. And that'll be the crappy part is if you have let's say you go 10-2 in the Pac-12 against some decent competition, right? That's a better conference than the Mountain West. But meanwhile, you got UNLV or someone over there that goes 11-1 against their slappies. There's a good chance that 11-1 team ends up going simply because at that level, no one's going to give any of those schools any credit. You're going to look at them all and be like, well, your schedule all sucks, and that team went 11-1 and you went 10-2, screw you therein. That's the only downside to that whole thing.
Yeah, a couple of people texting in about Cal and Stanford because they're over in the ACC, but they're taking less of a cut, at least initially.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I think there's some people that think, well, what if Cal and Stanford came back?
That's not happening.
Well, the ACC only makes
30.
Yeah, but that is a lot compared to what they would get if they came back west. It's just that they're not going to they're going to stay there until they get the full share.
Yes.
And that full share is what, 3 times, maybe
At
double
least.
what you're going to get out west.
And there's always an idea too that can change, and it still gives you a place at the table, and it gives you that Power 4 status, and it gives you an academic status. I mean, look.
Yeah, it's a weird fit over there.
It's not. It's not.
They're not changing.
No, this idea that somehow they would turn around and come back, it's not going to go. And by the way, they're averaging out, because I looked at their payouts over the course of the contract. It looks like they're going to be taking home about 26 and a half over the course of the ACC deal. So it obviously gets
per
big,
year.
per year.
Yeah, that's way better than
25. We're 26.1 million per. But the other ones will, obviously the other ACC schools are bringing home more. But
all right, our NFL Monday musings continue next. Here is Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on the Fan, a big test for the Portland Trailblazers as they begin a 7-game road trip that includes games against the top 3 teams in the league, visiting Cleveland, Boston, and Oklahoma City. Tonight, Portland is in Salt Lake City visiting the Jazz. Matisse Thybulle, DeAndre Ayton, Robert Williams all out for Portland. Tip-off just after 6 o'clock. The Blazers are 7.5-point road favorites. On the college hardwood, the Auburn Tigers are the unanimous #1 team in the country in this week's AP poll. The Oregon Ducks received votes but remain outside the top 25. Ducks big man Nate Biddle named Big Ten Player of the Week after averaging 22 points, 8 boards, and 3 blocks in wins over Iowa and Wisconsin. Meanwhile, Oregon State's Michael Rataj has been named WCC Player of the Week for the 3rd time this season. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley from 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
This is your home for year-round NFL coverage. The Odyssey app and Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. It's time for Who's Leading the Charge. A look under the hood at the coaches, players, and teams getting it done. Brought to you by Battery Exchange.
How much roll? Not going to be enough. LA comes back to win the match. And have clinched the first playoff spot in the TGL playoffs.
How about that?
Wow, the
Hot
first
TGL
playoff spot.
highlights. Missed a putt.
Electric.
Ricky Fowler missing the putt.
It was like a KP chip off, and he did not nestle it close enough.
Wow.
By the way, am I the only one finding out just now that there's playoffs?
No, everybody knows that.
Did you? Did you
I
know?
mean, yes, everybody knows
Did
that.
you know?
Yeah, we knew that. We're betting on it, dude. We're in.
I'm unconvinced.
TGL's great. Leading the charge, brought to you by Battery Exchange. Mention code BXT10 at checkout for 10% off your entire purchase this month. Well, we may come to blows over this here off the air. We were talking about that bounce ad right there.
Yeah.
Is that they're saying put a sheet on it?
I will tell you right now, I hear one thing and one thing only when I hear that ad, and it gets me every time. I hear a word I can't say on the air.
Same.
I mean, it sounds exactly like
the S word.
Put an S on it. Yeah.
I have no idea what it's saying other than...
I think they're saying put a sheet on it. But
Why would,
Buckley was
why would
arguing...
they put a...
Well, it's
I got to be careful. A sheet on it.
Because it's the little...
But you don't put it on it. You'd put it in it?
Well, you kind of
Can we pull it up? Do we know?
Yeah, I can pull it up.
I think it's put a sheet on it. I really do.
Put a sheet in it? Because that's what I hear.
No.
I hear I put a S
That'd be
in
awesome
it.
if they said
That's
that.
what I hear.
We'll check the tape.
Yeah, we need to check the tape.
Well, but...
Because me and Buck
Are
both
we going to
hear-
get any answers?
Well, I think if we all listen carefully, we can probably figure it out.
I doubt that.
Say put a...
Yeah, it's put a sheet on it, according to internet.
Put a sheet on it?
Correct. Like the bounce dryer sheets.
Oh. Yeah, I know. On what? What are we putting it on, though?
Clothing?
You put it in the machine? I don't know.
You put it on your pile of clothes in the machine. Put a sheet on it.
That's not what I hear.
I don't know. Are we going to get the audio or... I mean, what's going on over there?
Well, it takes a minute or two. Hold on.
Of course it does. Why wouldn't it? Nothing is instant around here.
No, there is nothing instant.
We'll get back to you in 3 days.
I love
An
when-
Odyssey station.
I love Buck's like, I'm working on it. That just means it's time to move on to something else and come back to putting an S in something.
No, I got it. Everyone settle down. I got it.
Settle down.
Well, this is the important stuff.
It is the important stuff. What? The fact that Buck hears it too, we can't be the only ones.
All right, here we go.
After you use bounce dryer sheets and realize how fresh, soft, less wrinkled, and less staticky your laundry can be, you'll put a sheet on it every time. Like those socks that smell like they've been through a marathon. Or that blanket that's got wrinkles on its wrinkles. Maybe even your chatty coworker who keeps distracting you.
So there you have it.
It's an S. I'm telling you,
it
they're
does sound like
saying-
that, but it also sounds like ship.
No, that is
ship.
Yeah.
You know, like a P.
That's not what that says. That especially that first one, they're doing bits because that clearly is meant to say that you put an S on it.
Well, it's
and
a bit
it is
like
on it.
It's a bit like ship your pants.
Yes.
Remember that?
Yes.
Ship.
Either that or like rolled up like a deuce, another roller in the night. No, we all know it's wrapped up like a douche. It's what it says.
Yeah.
Golf. It's the
Put
whole
a
thing.
sheet on it. All right. Well,
Put a sheet on it. There's no way that sheet.
Well, it is. Why would you put an S on it?
Why would you? I don't know. Is it any worse than? Just that. I want that clip because everyone that hears that will assume that we just dropped an S bomb. That is an I, not an E.
Boy, when you think of it that way,
Yes.
it sure does sound like that.
Yeah, it sounds like put an S on it.
Yeah.
For all the hell that I get for golf, that's worse than me doing that.
It says bad. I'm going to put it on par. It's hard to tell. But according to the campaign online, it is put a sheet
on it.
It's still, you're probably right that in the boardroom at Bounce, when all that was hatched, I'm guessing somebody was like, "This is going to be great because we're going to make it sound like and it's going to get people talking."
Yeah,
kind of like the ship your pants ad, which
Yeah.
I don't know who that was.
I don't remember either, but yeah, someone was shipping the pants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
I still
Well, I'm
say
glad we covered
it's
that.
ridiculous that we can't say that word.
Well, we can.
Well, you can.
It's just we can't on the radio.
On the radio. All I'm saying is that
If we had a
word-
podcast, we could.
We could.
Would you guys listen to us if we had a podcast where we cussed?
Well, people have long wanted that. I'm saying if we had to choose one word that needs to go from the naughty list to acceptable, isn't that the word?
Yeah, I mean that's.
Who's offended by that?
I don't get the difference between us being able to say boobs, but we can't say tees. That makes no sense to me. Well,
That's
they're
true.
the same.
Yeah, that's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair. I never thought about
It's a
that.
valid point.
Yeah,
Valid
I'm
point.
gonna run that one up the food chain. See
Yeah.
how far I get.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't do that. But we know we can say the teas. We can say sugar teas, but you can't say the whole thing.
Which is crazy because I don't think that's any more or less inflammatory than boobs.
No, it's really not.
Yeah, there's no different connotation there.
No.
That was one of those things back when I was trying to be a man of the Lord that I always struggled with the idea of dirty words.
Cuss words, yeah.
Like what is
How
or
about
is-
this? Just don't be offended by them.
Exactly.
They're just words.
Thank you. Sticks and stones.
And by the way, people who cuss, proven. This is science. People who cuss, smarter. They are.
Really?
Yes, cussing is a sign of
Those
intelligence.
scientists better check their hypotenuses, dude.
Interesting.
Because you know how to you know how to emphasize things with a good F-bomb. You know?
Yeah.
People who can't do
Well,
that.
I understand within reason. You get the person that can't control themselves at all and every other word is a swear word. I get it, but come on. You need to lighten up a little bit. As you like to say, take the cob out of your ass.
That's right.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad we covered that, guys.
Put
you
a
need to get the
sheet.
cob out of your ass. That, yeah, that's important work by us. Thank you.
It is.
Thank you. All right. Well, now we have time for one more sports segment, and it will be the team. Well, originally today it was an unnamed team, but now we know the team that is pushing to ban the Tush Push.
They are putting a sheet on it.
Yes, they are. Or trying to.
Yes.
That's next on The Fan.
It's time for a Ducks Report, the inside story on Oregon athletics. Brought to you by Mods PDX. The future of building is here.
Well, we don't have any audio of his acceptance speech, but Nate Biddle was named Big Ten Player of the Week, Offensive Player of the Week.
Averaged 22, 8, and 3.
We just had this conversation the other day of who the Ducks' best player is. Is it Shellstad or is it the Peanut Biddle? And it turns out, at least from last week, it is the Biddle man.
Mods PDX, the future of building is here.
If you're considering new construction and want it done right and fast by a team that's focused
The Fan.
All right. Nice to have you along. Sports talk here on The Fan.
Putting a sheet on it.
We are putting a sheet on it today.
Yeah.
Sugar sheets.
Some sugar sheets. Got to cut a hole in that sheet.
Where were we? Yes, the NFL Monday musings. Well, we don't have much time left.
No.
But we did get the data that it's the Packers that are trying to ban the tush push with the league.
Old tush push.
The stupid Packers.
Yeah, this has been a movement for the last couple of years, and it's not happening. It didn't happen before. I don't know why it's going to happen now. Like, are we revisiting the banning of the tush push?
Well, I mean, they're going to try.
Yeah,
is certainly an advantage for the Eagles, but the Packers.
Yeah,
I mean,
it said the same thing. People aren't getting hurt on this play at an alarming rate. Other teams do it; they just don't do it as effective. I just don't know what ground you have to ban.
Yeah,
this
you
thing.
don't, but you try.
Yeah,
because every little thing matters.
Yeah,
but I think it's weird that it's the Packers.
I know.
Because for a while today they were saying, "Oh, there's an unnamed team." So I'm going through my head. I'm going like, "Well, it's not the Cowboys because they're too stupid." I don't think it's Washington because that just doesn't seem like Dan Quinn. Yeah, it just doesn't seem like him. And it doesn't really seem like the Packers either. It kind of, like, to me, rather unfairly, I'm pinning this on LaFleur, and now it makes him look like a douche.
It does make you look like a douche. Well,
because it's coming from the head coach, right?
Well,
Speak
it in your ear, LaFleur. it'd be the GM, and it'd be an organizational thing. So GM and coach.
But it's starting with the coach.
One would think. Well, I mean, you did get your ass kicked by him 22-10, but that's not because of the tush push. Score more than 10 points, for God's sakes. The tush push is not the reason why Green Bay lost to Philadelphia. It just seems ridiculous. Again, you have a soft quarterback that you don't want to get hurt. Like, Kansas City refuses to do it. Josh Allen tried to do it, and he's pretty good at it, but he failed. I mean,
Yeah, I was surprised by that. Like, I feel like if anybody could, outside of Philly, it would be Buffalo.
Yes. Except Josh Allen does that weird tush push where he tries to do it, like, off guard.
Yeah.
Like, he doesn't.
And it works some.
Yeah. I mean, Philly, everyone thought that once Jason Kelsey left that was going to be the end of it. It's not. Some of it is the fact that their quarterback squats like 700 pounds. Jalen Hurts has a caboose that Steve Smith would appreciate. Dude, that's just, they've got the most
Tell me about Jalen Hurts' ass.
Well, did you see the Steve Smith stuff?
No.
Oh, yes. Steve Smith stepped in a little bit. Steve Smith.
What happened?
Well, Steve Smith was giving it to one of the apparently the Ravens. The Ravens have a marching band.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's correct.
And there was a gal who's in the Ravens marching band, and apparently Steve Smith had been putting a sheet on it for a while.
Oh.
And the husband found out about it.
Who goes by Twitter handle Lamborghini.
Yeah.
He's a big Packers fan.
He's a big Packers guy. So he goes on there and he gets her account. So obviously he's hacked into her Instagram and her Facebook, and he gets all of their messages and he posts it all. Then he calls Steve Smith while recording it, and he's like, "Hey, Steve." And Steve's like, "Who's this?" And he's like, "I'm the guy whose wife you're
Yeah, he had a very public meltdown that was very detailed. It's a whole thing.
And it's great because when he's like, "What do you have to say for yourself?" Steve Smith just says, "I'm sorry." And then there's like this weird awkward silence. And then, like, he hangs up, but he puts Steve Smith's cell phone number out there. So Steve Smith had to cancel his cell phone. The guy tagged Steve Smith. He tagged Steve Smith's wife. He tagged all of Steve Smith's sponsors.
He's tagged the NFL Network.
Yeah.
He tagged Yeti Coolers. He tagged TaylorMade Golf.
Yeah. Anyone that's associated with Steve Smith.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, the idea is this who you want?
Trying to get as much traction as you can, I guess.
Yeah.
Does it matter that she's in the Ravens marching band?
Well,
like, why is
there
that?
There is a non frat thing. You can't, if you're a player or an employee, you can't sleep with.
Oh, I see.
You can't sleep with.
But this is current, or this was back in the day?
No, she's a member of the Ravens marching band, but Steve Smith isn't.
Well, right. So what is that?
So I don't know. Maybe it's an ex-player. I don't know. I guess
maybe they've been stooping since back when he was a player.
Seems like it's been going on for some time.
By the way, she's hot.
Nah. Well, she's got a dumper, and so that's what made me think of the.
Why are we talking about this?
Well, I mentioned Jalen Hurts and the fact that the reason why the tush push works is that dude he's like the strongest quarterback in the league, and he's got a giant ass, and that made me think of
her ass.
Steve Smith currently has a type because people were like, she's not very attractive. People were like, really? That's what you're blowing up your life for?
I think
and then
she
there were
is.
some other photos of her from the waist down, and you're like, he's got a type.
I think her name's Nicole Martinez, and I think she's attractive.
Well, if you see the full body photo, I think you will see why Steve Smith is intrigued by what she has going on. But Steve's about to go through a very messy and expensive divorce, I'm assuming.
So when you think of big ass, that's who you think of?
When I think of quarterbacks, yes. If you want to know the reason why the tush push works in Philly and not other places, it's Jalen Hurts. He is the common. They have a giant offensive line, but he just like Josh Allen's bigger than Jalen Hurts, but he ain't bigger when it comes to the trunk. Jalen Hurts is uniquely capable of doing that. And so it should not be on Philadelphia to change simply because they have a freak quarterback.
So could you take your biggest ass on the team and just throw him back there for a play?
You should. The only problem with that is in short yardage situations, the snap becomes really problematic.
Yeah, because he fumble maybe.
Yeah, well, so the center, and I've had this problem. Like when you're in a 4-point goal line stance, right? You are so concerned about having like someone's trying to submarine you. It's a rugby scrum. And so you get really low to the ground, and as you start to snap the ball, you're already so low and someone's hitting you at the same time, it's really easy to fumble the snap. So I don't think you would want to bring in someone that's a non-quarterback to try to take that snap. That can be really problematic. So again, he really is one of one. Like they have a big O-line, but the secret to that is Jalen Hurts. Because once he gets low and he starts pushing, that is just an ungodly amount of force that he can generate, and other quarterbacks can't do it. And they're also worried about smaller guys with like Mahomes got hurt on it, and they will never do it. They do not quarterback sneak Mahomes, whereas Jalen Hurts,
he never sneaks, does
no, they won't. They did it one time and he got dinged up, and a lot of people won't, like Burrow and some of these guys.
Brady used to,
but Hurts is a big. He's the big thick guy.
So. Well, I'm more interested in the Steve Smith story now.
You should look it up. It's pretty.
Well, I am. That's what I'm doing.
I feel
bad. I just texted you the guy's original tweet.
I feel bad to say it's funny because it's not. Someone's life is.
But he's crashing out publicly, and there is something about
he
that.
is flaming out in spectacular.
He was
fashion.
on there like, for those of you saying I should divorce her, yeah, no S. I'm obviously doing that, but I got to do this first.
Yeah, dude, he is going scorched earth.
So Tony is her husband, Tony Martinez.
Yes,
not of Fox 12 traffic fame.
As far as I know, that is not the same Tony Martinez.
So he tags he tags all these Yeti and TaylorMade.
Yeah.
My wife works for the Marching Ravens. She met Steve Smith Sr. at work. Steve Smith has been effing my wife. I got receipts. I got a lot more, homie.
Yeah.
And then it shows a picture of Steve Smith. It's like a selfie of that Steve Smith took that he sent to her.
Yeah.
And she says, "Wow, you look stunning."
Mm-hmm.
About to go work out. I'm getting a little.
Yeah, you can't read.
I'm getting a little.
Yeah. She claims that Steve is rearranging her birth control device inside of her. Like she gets into detail.
Yeah, it gets nasty. Yeah. You want to?
Yeah.
I would have. Oh. Yeah. I can't even. I'm trying to clean it up.
You
but
can't.
You can't do it.
But the problem is like right around this same time, Steve Smith was posting like wonderful like holiday. Like he's a big family guy, and
no, he's not.
No, he's not. So. Yeah, Steve's in some trouble.
Why her though?
Steve's gonna have to go. Well, because it's there and it's available.
Convenience.
Well, we've talked about this.
My guess is she's one of many for him.
It's the Schwarzenegger thing. Look at who Schwarzenegger had an affair with, the maid.
I know, but why is he around the Ravens band member?
I think he just works. I think he does some. I mean, obviously he's a famous Raven. I think he probably does stuff with the Ravens.
Yeah.
My guess is he's either an ambassador or maybe he does.
And he's an NFL Network guy, I think. So I think he goes to games.
I feel bad for Tony.
Yeah.
And now there's like there's a video out there of him doing something, like Steve Smith doing something with the Ravens marching crew. And it's like, gee, I wonder why he did that gig.
Yeah.
Probably because she's involved in it.
Again, sometimes it's, well,
here's
the thing. If the best pastry shop in the world is 30 minutes from your home.
This is going to be good.
It's 30 minutes, but it is the best. French, delicious pastries, whatever you want.
Okay.
Croissant that just flakes apart and it's amazing.
Okay.
But it's a 30 to 40 minute drive.
Okay.
And over a bridge. You got to go into Vancouver to get it.
Could be stopped by a train.
You don't know. Or there's a Dunkin' Donuts. And you know where that Dunkin' Donuts is?
Ooh.
Right around the corner.
Oh, in my living room?
You wake up.
What am I, Devontae Adams?
Yes, you wake up. And as you're rolling to the kitchen, there is the Dunk Kings right there being like, hey, would you like some donut holes? And you're like, well, I was kind of thinking about going to that pastry shop. And they're like, you could, or you could have this box of donut holes. What are you doing?
Well, I'm going to the donut shop.
Yeah.
Or, I mean,
Yeah,
Dunkin'
you're
Donuts.
eating that donut
Yeah,
hole.
I mean, it's...
Yeah.
Come on.
That's what that is. That lady is the donut hole. I mean, it is.
Oh no.
Robert Kraft ate at the donut shop. Remember the Alex Rodriguez one? He was married to J-Lo. Remember the gal that he was sleeping with?
I don't.
Ugh. And the best one is Hugh Grant. Hugh Grant wasn't even eating donut holes. Hugh Grant was eating like week-old stale donuts.
Yeah, while he had a Michelin meal up in his room.
Well, she was a hooker, right?
Yeah.
Well,
But
I mean, at least that... Does that take a little of the sting off?
You know where that donut was? That donut was sitting on... He didn't even go... That donut came to him. He was driving his car and that donut fell into his lap. And he was like, well, it's here. Schwarzenegger, donut hole. And that's the thing that... See, women all the time, I hear this, like, I can't believe he cheated with her. And you're like, donut holes.
It was a crime of opportunity.
Usually is.
It's just there.
It's there.
I got to put a sheet on it.
You do got to put a sheet on it. Daniel Tosh had a great bit about that where he was talking about like either his girlfriend or his wife or whatever, who was he was using a 300 like a King Leonidas reference, and he goes, "I can't believe you would get with just some skank." And he goes, "Whoa. It's not you versus a skank. It's you versus every skank." And he goes, "You're mighty King Leonidas. But around you, you're surrounded by thousands of Persian whores. Eventually they overwhelm you with numbers."
Yeah.
And that was Steve Smith. Tiger Woods, Perkins waitresses. He was
right around the corner from his house, by the way.
Yes. He was married to a Swedish bikini model. And what ended up doing him in? Perkins waitress.
Elin.
Why? Because the Perkins waitress was there.
Do we know what's going on with Elin? She doing all right?
She got like $300 million.
Well, all right. But how's she doing? What's she looking like? She remarried?
I'll see if I can find out
What's
for
she
you.
up to?
As of March of last year, quote, living her sweetest dream as a mom of 6.
Whoa.
They don't have 6 kids, do they?
No, they don't, but maybe she had some with the next.
They have 2 or just... Do they have 2 together?
Yeah, I think they just have the...
Yeah, 2. The girl and the boy.
She married retired NFL tight end Jordan Cameron.
Oh, my God.
Really?
So Jordan Cameron...
I didn't know that.
So Jordan Cameron came in and swooped up $500 million worth of Tiger X?
That's this, according to this People article.
Dude,
holy cow, I didn't know that. And they live in Sweden?
6 kids, a full home, and a let's see, a devoted partner to share it with. I don't know if they live in Sweden, though. Hold on.
I see him here. How about that?
It doesn't say where they are.
Good for him, you know?
Well, Charlie's still down in North Palm Beach, so it sounds like maybe they're all there.
Been together a while.
Jordan Cameron.
I lost track of Elin.
That is good for him.
That was
man.
like when Eric Johnson swooped in for Jessica Simpson.
Yeah, same sort of thing.
Yeah.
You're like,
I'm
I'm
right away, and then 20 years later, you read about it.
Yeah, like a middle of the road tight end. You're like, what? You just got divorced from who? How much? Yeah, and you're a hot model. Let's go.
All right, the club is coming up next. I feel that Odyssey Portland is shaming its employees, and
yeah, I want to talk about it.
This is the kind of courage that this show has to bring this to the people.
Donut holes and shaming, it's what we do. We put a sheet on it.
That's right. Next on The Fan.
Did you know that most people The Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Ryan Buckley with this Sports Center update. First on The Fan, the Portland Trail Blazers about to tip off a 7-game road trip. It includes games in Cleveland, Boston, and Oklahoma City against the league's best 3 teams. But tonight is in Salt Lake City against the Jazz. Matisse Thybulle, DeAndre Ayton, Robert Williams all out for Portland. Tip-off in just a matter of moments. The Blazers are 7.5-point favorites. On the college hardwood, the Auburn Tigers, the unanimous number 1 team in the country following this week's AP poll. The Oregon Ducks received votes after their win over number 11 with Wisconsin, but are still outside the top 25. Oregon big man Nate Biddle named Big Ten Player of the Week after averaging 22, 8, and 3 in wins over Iowa and Wisconsin. Meanwhile, Oregon State's Michael Rataj has been named WCC Player of the Week for the 3rd time this season. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player. Tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Jump back to earlier parts of your favorite fan shows on the Odyssey app. The only way to rewind Portland's sports leader, 1080 The Fan. The following show may contain adult themes not suitable for children.
Shut the hell up.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk.
It does go well with a chicken.
I didn't know hanging out with you was making me smarter. Full disclosure, Morty, it's not. Temporary superintelligence is just a side effect of the mega seeds dissolving in your rectal cavity. Oh, man. Yeah. And once those seeds wear off, you're going to lose most of your motor skills, and you're also going to lose a significant amount of brain functionality for 72 hours, Morty. Starting right about now.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Suk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
Here she got great ass.
I lost it there. Ahoy, how about that? Hold on, cowboy.
Football's football.
You have a lot of players.
Hump.
I can see them winning this game. I can see them losing this game. So, big deal.
100 times?
More.
200 times?
More.
500 times?
Probably.
Oh, thank you.
That's swing, spelled S-W-I-N-J.
What's going on?
So,
we were talking about the Sixers a bit ago. They're losing by 40 right now to the Bulls. The Bulls. The 22-35 Chicago Bulls. 40.
It's a rough night.
I also looked up old Jordan Cameron. Career earnings of about 15 mil. Elon career earnings about 250 mil. So, good for him. It's called an upgrade.
She's a haunt, too.
Yeah. He got a Swedish model and $250 million. And he's had to take on a couple step kiddies.
Put a sheet on him.
He did put a sheet on that.
And he's kind of loosely tied to Tiger Woods. Well, not loosely. I mean, You
think they hang out?
No, I don't think they hang out.
The article says that Elon and Tiger are now friends again because they do so much of Charlie stuff together. They go to tournaments and whatnot.
Okay. So do you think Jordan Cameron hangs out, buddies around with Tiger?
I don't think so.
No?
But
is that weird and awkward?
If they're friends, then maybe he can get. I mean, come on, wouldn't it be cool to have Tiger in your orbit, even if you're not buddies? You see Charlie.
You're texting him about what time you're going to pick up the kids?
Yeah, right. Yeah,
I mean,
you're
clearly,
texting Tiger.
You're the stepdad, right? There has to be some kind of you have a relationship with Meat's dad.
Of course.
See?
And then maybe every once in a while, it's like, hey, Tiger, can you take a look at this? What am I doing?
Are you taking him to Target for the new school supplies, or is that on me?
What am I doing
here?
with my left wrist there? Should I bow that thing, or am I,
Look, I gotta
you know what I mean?
Can we say that Jordan Cameron is in the best situation
I
ever?
didn't know this until today. Jordan Cameron, genius.
Yes.
Absolute genius.
I mean, that is a phenomenal stumble into greatness right there.
I don't know. It may not even be stumbled. I don't know how he met her, but
maybe it was
calculated. Could be calculated.
Either way, great move on his part. Think about you're getting set up with someone and they're like, hey, what's her deal? Well, she's divorced, got a couple kids, and you're like, oh, well. But she used to be a model. She's Swedish. She used to be a model. What's a couple other things about her? And then they hit you with that. You're like, yeah. What did you do? I played 5 years and was a okay tight end in the NFL.
1 year I had 65 targets.
Yeah. He's a handsome devil, too.
He's a good looking dude.
Way better looking than Tiger.
Yeah, Tiger's not He's
Can't
not,
hit his driver quite as well though.
He's not a looker, but apparently those Perkin waitresses
Tiger
don't.
is an ugly dude, man.
Yeah. Look, if it's one thing that we've learned is that if you're really great at your sport and you got a bunch of money, it really doesn't matter what you look like.
That's right.
Yeah.
Wait till Nate Biddle hits the league.
Are you saying Nate Biddle's an ugly man? Is
Well,
that
I
what you're
tell you
saying?
what, dude, that guy is hard to look at.
Somebody said he looks like Theo Vaughn, which I can kind of see.
A little bit, yeah.
Well, can we be honest about the peanut Biddle? The haircut is not.
It's not great.
It's not doing him any. And I get it, like you're
Not
being
great.
wild and crazy,
Not
but
great.
it's not.
It's not great.
No.
Not great.
The other thing for super tall dudes, like it's unfortunate that he's on TV with that hair so much, because if you were just walking around in real life, no one would see the top of that head.
It's true.
I got a buddy who's 6'8", was going bald before. Most of us knew it because he's always above everybody.
Because Biddle's like, he's a 7-footer, right?
Yeah, close to it, 6'10",
Yeah.
something like that.
Well, and also, too, that not only do we have the weird mullet thing, but it's,
yeah,
he's got the spot.
Yeah.
It's rough.
Look, I mean,
enjoy the hair while you got it, Nate.
He's just a weird looking dude.
Yeah.
And I mean, you know.
Yeah. Hey, he's the Big Ten
I'm sure
player.
he's wonderful.
He's a Big Ten player of the week, and yes. And then he's got a soul patch that he's rocking half the time. And
Rob knows about that.
Yeah.
I do.
I miss your soul patch. I remember those days.
Maybe I'll bring it back.
I would give anything if you came in one day. I would grow my side hair for a year if you would grow a soul patch.
Really?
Skull it and
Sounds like we got a deal
Yeah,
brewing.
that may be too good of a deal to pass up.
And I just have a Hulk Hogan shower curtain, and you just have a sweet gray soul patch. Please dye it jet black as well.
Yeah, it's gray right now.
Yeah, it's gray.
That's tough.
Yeah. Well, when you're that age,
Yeah, Nate's
you know,
sad.
Nate's in that, and we've all been there. It's the first facial hair you can grow. And I tried telling this to my son the other day. Just because you can start growing facial hair doesn't mean that you should. Like,
Yeah.
I had some.
But you experiment.
I had some very regrettable early facial hair, and then eventually I matured into real facial hair. And it's a nice day when that happens. Took Dusty 40 years, but he can grow a mustache now.
Yeah.
Sometimes you got to be patient. You got to let that facial hair marinate. You got to plant those seeds.
Meat's facial hair is coming along, but he can't really grow a.
It's rough right
he's-
now.
Well, he's a bit like Dusty in that regard. But he's working on it. You know, he's trying.
Yeah. It's tough. Hey, and sometimes it doesn't work. Look around the NBA. The NBA is full of bad.
No, that's true.
Bad facial hair.
I've never understood why Damian Lillard had facial hair.
It's
You
Kevin
know?
Durant, too.
Yes. Ugh.
Well, Al Farouk Aminu. Oh.
Yeah, it's another one. Pau
Ooh,
Gasol.
that's a good one.
All-time patchy face.
Okay.
Yeah. We used to, that Blazer team, those Al Farouk teams, they led the league in bad facial hair.
Tough look.
I mean, it was brutal. Say what you will about James Harden. That man's got a beard.
Not well groomed, though. Could not play for the Yankees.
That thing is
just full.
See, that thing is groomed. I'm telling you.
It's not, though.
It is.
Wait, what are we arguing about?
James
Whether or
Harden.
not James Harden's beard is groomed.
Yeah, that's groomed.
It's
That's
not groomed.
groomed.
It's all crazy bushy.
No,
Well,
that's
just because I think
Like it goes over his mouth and stuff.
yeah, I know, but that thing.
he's got. I bet you he spends way more time
Yes.
on that than you even realize.
I would not consider that groomed.
Dude, that is the beard of beards.
It's a lot of beard. It's not a groomed beard.
Let me look here real quick.
Yeah, I think that's groomed.
I need to look at it.
It's too crazy to be considered groomed.
No, man, when you've got that kind of shape to it, like
Yeah, he's shaping it.
yeah, you're shaping.
But
and
the
there's
like
product.
around the mouth part, like you've kept yours from like going over your lip and stuff like that. He doesn't really.
No, man, I'm going groomed.
I guess it depends on what state it's
Yeah,
in.
there is various states.
There sometimes it's more
Yeah.
groomed than other times.
Because I get mine cut every like 6 to 8 weeks, and so if you catch it at the end of the 8 weeks, it looks a lot
More
less
unruly,
groomed.
kind of. Yeah.
God, look at him without a beard. Isn't that weird?
I can't even remember what he looks like without one.
Well, there's photos of him.
Because that was Arizona State. He didn't have it.
That's right.
I mean,
Yeah, he looks like a completely.
yeah, you can't really recognize him.
No, he looks like an alien.
Dare I say the beard works for him?
Yeah, the beard works.
All right, we got to get to going here. We've got some serious items to discuss. One of which is Odyssey Portland shaming its employees.
An Odyssey
I
station.
don't like this.
How are they doing this now? We'll tell you next on The Fan.
The home of dirt and spray.
I'm dirt.
and 80 The Fan, and hundreds of other stations around the country.
We're kind of a big deal.
And sort of until they got kicked off the New York Stock Exchange, but we're not supposed to talk about that. So we have a new Stewed down here in Northwest Portland. Nice little space. They spent lots and lots of U.S. dollars spicing it up for us, even though they didn't really ask us what.
And we only have like 9 people that work here,
Right.
but we have like 17,000 chairs.
Right. It's like the people that outfitted our office space have no idea what goes on here or who works here.
How people operate, where they sit, what they do.
Or I mean, it's the most Odyssey thing ever.
Yeah.
Anyway, amongst the accoutrement, they have these screens, TV screens, that you can watch TV on, or they can run the Nazi propaganda. And on the propaganda machine, they'll put things like, hey, make it a great day. Or, I mean, I don't think that's on there, but, stupid stuff like.
There's inspirational messages.
Well, it's more like
yeah, sometimes there are little quotes up there. Yeah.
Are there?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that.
I've seen that.
But they put the business numbers, like, ooh, surveys say radio.
Yeah, it'll say like Joe Fisher or Luke Anderson just closed a big account.
Yep.
Congratulations.
Hey,
It'll
congrats,
say that.
you got a deal with so-and-so.
Well, they also put up there, as I was walking to the bathroom a little bit ago, I was noticing that they put up there the email and call and meeting count of all the salespeople.
Yeah, I thought that was weird because in the past, I felt a little weird when they put up the sales totals. So they put up they put up like a 1 through 10 of who's the top salesperson with the number, which is great. But then you scroll
until you look at the bottom.
You look at the bottom, and that used to be awkward enough. But now we've gone a step further, and we are putting up how many calls and meetings you're scheduling.
So are you not just closing deals, or are you really just a lazy ass? What's going on here?
Well, and I think that's a very misleading list.
Of course it is, but it gives that idea to people looking at the board.
Right, and so what is that for? Like, why are you putting that up there? Okay,
motivation, baby.
I will tell you.
I think we're doing a coffee is for closers thing. You want to see what third place is? You're fired.
I will tell you that leading the way at the top of the list is a name that listeners would know, the great Coog Ludes.
Yes.
Johnny Ludes.
He is leading the league in calls.
42 of them.
And me.
And I don't know over what time period that is. Maybe it's a month or something.
But they're the Murray leads. These are the great leads.
42. Now, you know who's last? Because my eyes always go down to last.
See, I choose to go positive. I tend to not scroll. I just like to acknowledge the top.
Well, there's no scrolling. It's all on the same screen.
I feel embarrassed when I look
There's
down
only
at the
like
bottom.
8 salespeople.
I look at the top.
We used to have 30.
Yeah, I don't like to
Times
look at the
are
bottom.
tough.
I feel bad. I feel bad when I look at the bottom.
But it's totally misleading. Because at the bottom is one of our best salespeople, Luke Anderson.
Yeah.
He has 0. They're shaming Luke Anderson. Why are they doing that? Luke Anderson is really good at what he does.
Is he?
Yes.
Is he if he's not scheduling meetings and calls? I like what they're doing here. That's called lighting a fire.
They're taking a don't rest on your laurels shot at him.
Yeah. You know what? I want a Teddy to the Fan host board where we talk about segments, segments on time, breaks hit, reads correct.
Oh, you do not want a board with the segments on time or not.
Don't worry, Buck. We're going to put a producer F up on there too. I'm going to get a
I'll
running
leave
like
that one.
Like the Blazer hustle board. I'm gonna have a producer F up board up here. I'm like, oh, Buck, that's no good. That's a misfire right there. I'm putting another one up there. That way we can all be equally shamed.
I don't know. I just don't know who.
Every time I mispronounce something, damn it, that goes up.
I just don't know who that's for. What are they doing? What are we trying to accomplish here?
It's to pressure the people at the bottom to do more work.
I think that has to be it, right?
You think Luke sees that and goes, "Oh,
it doesn't mean it works for everyone, but that's the purpose it's supposed
I'm
to serve."
motivated now." No, Luke's going into Cooley going, "What the F is this?"
Yeah.
I'm the king here. He probably puts his foot up on the desk. He'd be like, "You want to keep me? Pay me this, bitch."
Yeah. It is an interesting. It is interesting. Or is it possible? I'm just ballparking here. Is it possible that maybe there's some people that don't sell that well and they do feel shame being on the bottom, that we put that you're trying real hard by getting all of your, like, hey, this person may not sell anything, but look at him.
There's a zero next to the dollars, but those 48 calls are looking great.
They're placing a lot of phone. Is it possible that they're not trying to shame, they're trying to uplift the people at the bottom?
How about a more comprehensive analytic? Like
a quarterback rating?
Yeah.
We put
or
we
like
put your
a formula.
We put your attendance,
your emails,
your
calls,
all of that.
And it all ends in a big number that spits out your dollars.
I like where we're going with this.
And maybe
it's the 1080 to the fan quarterback rankings.
Maybe John Ludwig, and we add in salary because maybe John Ludwig is the best bang for your buck out here at Odyssey, going with 42 calls. Maybe he makes half of what Luke does. I don't know what any of the salespeople make. I have no idea. I'm just saying, perhaps we should put all this into a nice little formula, a sales rating, and we go based off of that.
A thought from the text line. Oh, you got it.
Yeah, so it's obviously I listen to the show way too much, but isn't your new boss a former sales manager?
He is,
the answer to
yes.
that question is yes.
Yes.
Because that's what happens when salespeople are put in charge. They're psychopaths.
They are psychopaths, and Ryan Cooley does not escape that label. However, I don't think this is Cooley. I think it's isn't this a company?
I don't know.
I mean, he's the company, but I just mean, I think it's a more of a national,
you think it's company-wide?
It's from the headquarters, the Death Star, right?
I would assume.
I think it is.
I don't think it's not unique to us.
I don't think Cooley is taking the time to put those numbers up there. I think that just gets spit out from logs of
this person says
or something.
Yeah.
This says that I worked at Toyota and they 100% use this tactic. They do it all the time. It isn't that Luke cares. It's for Luke to get shamed and hazed by his coworkers rather than the person above them to do their job. So I think it's one of those.
Again, the fact that he has 0 calls and emails does not mean he's not doing his job.
No, but this is the Full Metal Jacket thing. It is not that I have failed. It's that you have helped or you have failed to help me motivate Luke Anderson. I think they're going Full Metal Jacket on him right now. So every time we see Luke now, we're supposed to be like, hey, dumbass, nice no-call log. I think that's what they're trying to elicit.
I'm glad your numbers are good from a sales standpoint, but it doesn't look like you're doing any work over here, Luke. What's up?
Is our company operating like psyops? Are we're doing some CIA-level bullying stuff? It's like cyberbullying?
Well, I think it's a way to drive Luke out of here.
we trying to get Luke to quit?
No, I don't think they are,
like
but
one
I
of our
think
best
that's
guys.
exactly that's what's going to happen. You start putting crap like that up there.
An Odyssey station.
The best guys are like, what the hell's this? I don't need this S. I'm going to...
Well, maybe to go work at Toyota until you find out they do the same thing. Sales. Can I just say I'm glad I don't work in sales?
I did it for a couple of years, hated it, not for me.
I was going to say, it's a strange world. Well, you remember who's the Sones owner? Is it Ishbia?
Matt Ishbia.
Yeah, you remember seeing that thing, right? On how he runs his...
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
He runs it like the Michigan State basketball team.
Yeah.
And, they get together in the morning and they have they have team meetings and dudes yell and scream and they act like they're getting ready to go play a game.
For mortgages.
Yeah, that's a real thing.
Yeah.
You know.
It's creating a culture.
Yeah, we're good here. I can't. And I know those guys are real successful and God bless them. I just couldn't in good conscience do that.
Everything is sales, you know?
Yeah.
I mean, you and I sell.
Sure. But not like that.
But not in that structure.
Yeah.
That's the hard part, is that structured sales. What's the word? Just that sphere is weird.
It is weird. Except now I want to take photos and tweet them out so that way the Twitter world can publicly shame Luke Anderson. Basically, this comes down to we think that Luke is too big for his britches and we need to take Luke down a peg.
Yeah, here's a Vancouver Ford text line text that says 25-year sales guy here. Luke is actually selling and not spending his time doing dumbass sales metric input. Exactly.
Well, that's not good enough.
Because that's the other thing is that now they have these ways of measuring, but you have to take the time to say, I've done X, Y, and Z. It's entirely possible Luke has calls and emails. He just doesn't give a rip about putting them in the system.
Oh, is that what it is?
It's possible.
Is that they're I was wondering how they got those numbers.
Because usually it's pulled from
Are they
something like a
monitoring
Salesforce or something like that.
Are they monitoring my emails?
Having done some account executive stuff, basically every time you get a client, you start a new tab in your thing, and then you have a whole it all goes into a place where it's all being tracked. And it's possible he's just like, no, my stuff's fine. I'm not tracking it. I'm not doing that.
Yeah. Why couldn't I just make up say that? No, I've called 40 people.
Put fake ones in the system.
Yeah. Like when you were in college, did you ever have to do the you had to do a bibliography, and then my roommate had written a book on every subject. I'm like, oh,
that's your citation.
I'll tell you right now that one Buford G. Poston, that magnificent son of a bitch. If anyone ever looked into any paper that I wrote, I'm like, man, this Buford Poston guy, that guy writes on everything. Yes, he does. And my always working theory on that was, in a class of 300 people, if you're willing to check my references on one random paper, you deserve to catch me. You deserve to catch me in fraud. You got me. And, it never happened. So it's the same thing with this. Luke, just start making stuff up. They're not checking. You'll be fine. And someone's saying, by the way, Rob, you would quit in 30 minutes.
Quit what?
Sales.
Yeah, it's not for me.
No.
The only way I would do sales is if it was my own terms. And that's what I'm saying. That structure is so stupid.
Yeah. Was it the Amazon people that the workers can't even go to take a piss break because they're terrified that they don't meet their quota? There are people working in those warehouses that can't stop moving. This guy said he once worked at Les Schwab Distribution Center, worked 3 days a week, 14 hours each day. They tracked our progress with total cubic feet loaded every 3-hour round. At the end of the 3-hour round, they would post the whole crew's totals. If you stop to take a piss one round, you're at the bottom for sure, and you're getting the look from everyone. Yeah, it's the shame thing.
Not a good way to go about it.
They want obviously it works. Otherwise, all these companies wouldn't do it.
I totally disagree with that statement.
It's probably a crappy way of doing it, but
these companies are morons. All right. Well, maybe tomorrow when Cooley's back in the office, he's already probably 3 sheets to the wind on his back deck right now.
Yeah, we should put on that board when Cooley leaves every day.
Ooh, I like that. Yeah.
There you go.
Cooley left office today, 5:05.
Well, oftentimes I catch them walking out of here way early.
Oh yeah.
I'm like, yeah.
Not in Trump's America. Everyone's going back to the office.
That's right. Make enough calls today, did you?
Mm-hmm. Look, I don't want anyone.
Or they come stumbling back from an 8 martini lunch at 4.
Look, I just think we need to track show prep. Where's the Isaac Ropp Award-winning show prep? Where's that tracked?
Listen.
How many websites and articles clicked on?
I've won awards for my show prep.
Let's see the board. A lot of big talk out of you. I want to show the work. Show the work.
Boy, I tell you what. You want to get me out of here?
Track your show prep.
Joe Fisher's in on the text line. He says Luke uses Salesforce more than anybody, so he's probably just not logging his stuff until the end of the week. So maybe he just saves it all and dumps it in there?
I don't know. All I saw is on the screen, he's at 0. All right? And that makes me love him.
Luke just became your favorite sales guy.
All right. What will these homeless bros do? That story next. Here's Buck.
Now, from the Fan Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on 1080 The Fan.
Brought to you by Crunch Fitness. Memberships as low as $9.99 per month. Find your Crunch time in Portland, Vancouver, and online at crunch.com. First on the Fan, a massive test for the Portland Trail Blazers. They're beginning a 7-game road trip. It starts tonight in Salt Lake City. They're currently just down 31-30 to the Jazz with about 90 seconds to go in the first quarter. They will also have games on this trip against the top 3 teams in the league, Cleveland, Boston, and Oklahoma City. On the college hardwood, the Auburn Tigers are the number 1 team in the country. They have been voted the unanimous number 1 in this week's AP poll. The Kansas Jayhawks unranked for the first time in nearly 4 years, and the Oregon Ducks did receive top 25 votes, but still remain outside of the top 25. Oregon's big man Nate Biddle named Big Ten Player of the Week after averaging 22, 8, and 3 in wins over Iowa and Wisconsin last week. Meanwhile, Oregon State's Michael Ratai has been named WCC Player of the Week for the 3rd time this season. More sports scores and stories in 30 minutes. I'm Ryan Buckley at the 1080 The Fan Sports Desk. Listen live or on demand on the Odyssey app, the Fan's desktop player, or tell your smart speaker to play 1080 The Fan.
Tired of getting dinged by subscriptions? We won't send you a bill. Portland's sports leader, 1080
I love scotch. Scotchy, scotch, scotch.
Club 1080 with Isaac and Souk is brought to you by Pub Beer, the official beer of cheap fun.
Can I get a hot tub?
2 homeless guys are on the lam after stealing a credit card and buying a winning lottery ticket worth over 500,000 euros, which is 523 US.
Do you get to keep the money?
Well,
how does that work?
Well, what's happened is before cashing in the ticket, they vanished. So they have the ticket.
Yeah.
They have the card. But no one can find them.
Well, and I'm guessing once you turn it in, you get arrested and you don't.
Exactly.
How does that work, though? Because if you bought it with a stolen card, but you did buy it, I mean...
Yes, so the man whose card was stolen is offering to split the cash with the 2 homeless guys and then drop the charges.
Oh.
Which, to me, is brilliant.
That actually makes pretty good sense.
Yeah.
Or if you're the homeless guys, can't you just find... I guess they already know. Could you just find someone to cash the ticket for you, another homeless bro, and then split it? But I'm guessing they already know that the ticket is the stolen ticket.
Yeah, this guy's name is Jean David. This is in France. Did I mention it was France?
Yeah, you mentioned it.
Because the other thing I was going to say is I don't think you can buy lottery tickets on a credit card in the U.S. Don't you usually need cash or a debit to buy lotto? I don't think you can do it. I don't think you can do it on credit.
I don't know. I don't buy lottery tickets.
Well, anytime it gets up to $1 billion and we're like, oh, I'll grab a ticket, it triggers that I always have to pay cash for it.
Well, Jean David discovered earlier this month this backpack had been stolen from his car, including bank cards and other documents. He asked his bank to block the card and learned it had already been used in a local shop. At the shop, a vendor told him 2 apparently homeless men had used one of his cards to buy the winning scratch-off lottery ticket. They were so totally happy that they forgot their cigarettes and their belongings and walked out like crazy people.
Huh. I'm asking this is a serious question. United States of America here, right? I'm going to take it from overseas, put it here. I steal, I don't know, $100 off someone, right? And then I go into the local Piggly Wiggly here, whatever, and I play the lotto with my stolen $100, and I win $500,000. I mean, I understand
was it cash that you stole?
Yeah, with $100, but I obviously I stole that money, but I still played the lot. Does one have to do with the other? Because I can kind of see a line of demarcation. Like, it's not up for that machine to determine whether or not what money I played with. Who's to say what money I played with? I just won $500,000. I'm sure I can get in trouble, obviously, for stealing the $100, but I don't think I have to give up the $500,000, do I?
I don't think so, but I don't know.
Yeah.
Because if somebody steals, let's say you have a winning ticket in your pocket.
Yeah.
And I punch you in the balls and take it.
Yeah, that's still my ticket.
It is not. That is not your ticket.
Really?
Not unless you have signed it.
Oh. But once I've signed it, you can't take my ticket.
Once you've signed it, I can, but they're probably not going to give it to me.
Yeah.
Because you signed it. I think. I don't know. Do we have some lotto bros out there? I don't know.
I'm just interested in the idea of
because they don't know who wins. They know what store sells it, but they don't know who wins it until you come forward. So whoever comes forward with that ticket, that's who they think won it.
But listen, again, so I go into the store, right? And I buy my lottery ticket, and you can see me on camera. I'm buying the ticket. I go outside. You can't hold me up with a gun, take my lotto ticket, and then be like, that's my ticket.
Well, okay, so take the gun part and holding up part out of it.
Yeah, you kick me
and
in the balls.
Let's just say you just left it on the table in here.
Yeah.
And I pick it up and I go cash it. I'm like, holy crap, that was a winner. That's my money.
Yeah, see, that's different than stealing.
Yes,
I think
stealing. And that's where the credit card comes in.
Well, that's fascinating.
Because they broke into his car and stole his stuff.
Yeah.
So that's like the gun.
Yeah, that's a strange little twist. I don't know how any of that works when it comes to stolen money versus won money and all of that. Like, would a casino deny you payment? If I went in with stolen money and placed a big bet at a casino and I won and the casino knew it was stolen, could they then just be like, dude, we're not going to honor that bet?
We've talked about this a little bit with the Hugh, who used to come on the show. He's mentioned before that basically if you come with a certain amount of money, they always want to take your bet, but the casino does not want to get involved in having to pay out on stolen money bets. And so they generally, if the figure's big enough, they do want to know where it's from before they take the bet.
Yeah, that's true. But, it's the question of if you steal a lottery ticket and you win $1 million, did you steal a lottery ticket or did you steal $1 million?
Yeah. Someone said look up ill-gotten gains.
Yeah, that's a thing.
Yeah, and even that seems a little, gray area. It says people accused of financial and other fraud crimes likely heard the phrase ill-gotten gains. While it may sound a bit old-fashioned, the term is still used by courts. So, yeah, you can still
you're
get
just dishonest.
Yeah, you can still get in trouble for that. Because I've heard that, like, one of my favorite movies is Hell or High Water. It's a Jeff Bridges movie, and guys steal money from banks, and it's not like they steal millions of dollars. They're stealing like $40,000, $50,000, $60,000 at a time, and they go to Indian casinos, and that's how they wash their money.
You run it through there.
Yeah,
well, that's what Ozark was doing.
Yeah, they just go to the casinos. Now, I'm assuming if you show up at a casino with $3 million in cash, they're going to want to know why you have $3 million in cash. But if I show up with $40,000 in cash,
that's a normal day for them.
And I take chips out and I gamble 5. Let's say I lose 5, I win 5 or whatever, and then I go back out. I stay at the hotel. Are they reporting anything, or is that just now? Is that an easy way to clean 40 G's and the casino looks the other way?
I think as long as you play it cool, I think you're good.
Right.
40,000's a lot, and I'm guessing you're going to get an eye from or maybe the manager has to come over and approve it.
Yeah.
But as long as you're not looking fidgety and looking, you just look like I just want to go play some, or maybe even being friendly with them.
Yeah.
They might be like, all right.
Yeah.
But I do think they have their eye on you.
Yeah, maybe you say something like, what happened? You're like, I don't know, I sold something, or I don't know
just
how.
Play it cool.
Yeah, just play it cool.
I don't know. Yeah.
Well, I mentioned once I pulled out. It was a couple $1,000s I was paying a guy doing work on the house, and the person said, "What do you need the money for at the bank?" And jokingly, I said, "Hookers and blow," and that did not go over well.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was like,
yes, I think Bank Bro could tell us.
I think they have to ask.
I think they're supposed to
Yeah.
kind of ask about that.
Yes, and I will tell you, do not sarcastically say hookers and blow.
And what is the threshold for that, though, is the question.
I will tell you what, I think mine was like $4,500, and it did not go over well, and they did call the manager, and I was like, dude, I was joking. It's like a landscaping thing. It's like it's a fence. And
Always just say travel.
Yeah.
None of your damn business, but travel.
Yeah, but they do ask.
As far as you know, travel.
Yeah. Which I found a little insulting, because why can't it be hookers and blow? This business is yours.
That's right.
If that's how I want to spend my money, that's how I want to spend my money.
Give me my damn money.
Thank you. Thank you. It's like whenever on those the game shows or whatever, and everyone wins the big prize, everyone's always starting a non-profit, and they're helping to cure cancer. Just once I want someone to answer hookers and blow.
There's a great, like a local ad clip about a big Mega Millions jackpot, and the woman is like going around a convenience store to everyone filling out their numbers, and she asks one dude, and he's got tattoos on his face, and he looks right at her, and he goes, hookers and cocaine.
Yes! Well, I was watching Beast Games. It was a pretty interesting show, like the Mr. Beast guy. Dude, he gave away like $20 million. It's freaking crazy. And the winner got $10 million, and they went around to everyone and was like, what are you going to do with the $10 million? It was all the sob stories about, all what they were going to do. And I just want someone to just be like, dude, I am going to blow every last damn dollar of this. I am going to throw the biggest freaking party you've ever seen. Like, I don't really, because everyone's like, this money's going to change my family and so many families' lives. And they always act, by the way, like they're, like, after taxes, you're winning like $5 million. Dude, you're not curing a rare disease with $5 million, nor are you stopping homelessness.
Right.
And can we be honest? You're just saying that, yeah, I'm sure you'll spread the money out a little bit, but mostly it's going to be to buy yourself a new house and to take care of you and your immediate family. Just be honest about it. Not everyone has to be Mother Teresa winning the money, but we're like conditioned to believe that you have to be like, oh no, I'm gonna give it all to the poor.
Right.
No, you're not. You're giving it to yourself.
And that's fine.
Yes,
You want it fair and
you
square.
want it fair and square.
Here's a bank bro, Ryan. He says, we start carrying at 10,000. We have to log that, but large amounts we might ask because we worry about protecting your money.
So 10 G's, that's the threshold, huh?
That's interesting. Good to know.
Now we know.
Good to know.
Note to self, 10 G's.
So what will the homeless bros do? We'll see.
Yeah.
I'd take the deal. Split it with the guy you stole. I mean, that's a win-win-win.
That is a win-win-win.
For everybody.
Until you show up and that dude, it has the police waiting for you.
Yeah.
Plus the homeless people, I'm not sure how savvy they are about contacting that and all that. I mean, they are homeless.
What are they going to do?
I don't know.
They're going to get caught
Probably.
if they try to cash it.
Well, I hate to tell you this, but most homeless people probably eventually are going to get caught. There's a reason why they're homeless.
Here's what I do. I sell that ticket.
Oh, yeah.
Sell it to somebody who doesn't know the story.
Yeah, but again, dude, you're talking about a serious amount of money, and now someone's trusting a homeless person that they have if some homeless dude came up to you and was like, I have a how much was it?
That was about $525,000.
Yeah, like I'm sure, I'm also a Nigerian prince. No one's believing two homeless idiots.
Wait, you are?
You'd have to at least verify the numbers, and even then, wouldn't you worry that the ticket itself is fake or old or something like that?
You're kind of in a bad spot. Those homeless bros are kind of screwed.
They got lucky, but not.
Yeah.
All right, we'll wrap it up next on The Fan.
A rare center stage for hockey.
Centering pass, McDavid scores! Connor McDavid wins it
Yeah, of all the people you were going to ask what you're
did you
doing,
think he was gonna
where did
say?
you think that guy was going with it? Have you ever seen those like where they do Saturday Night Live does those with Bill Burr, where like they'll do one for like Sam Adams like pumpkin spice beer. You know, they're like, real Bostonians tell you what they love about the new Sam Adams pumpkin spice, latte beer. And then they do like Bill Burr, who's actually from Boston. And he's got like a cast on his hand. He's got a Carhartt vest on. And he actually gives you like a real Bostonian, like a kid from Southie. And they're just the best. This is like, and they do another one with, the real Dunkin' Donuts. They do it with Casey Affleck. Like what the real person that goes to Dunkin' Donuts is all about. His screen's all cracked. He's smoking a cigarette inside the Dunkin' Donuts. They do a really good one about that, where they do real Bostonians tell you about Dunkin'.
I know you're not a coffee guy, but I hear Dunkin' Donuts has great coffee.
People back east,
that's what everyone swears by.
Yeah, it's a thing. I don't know. I'm not a coffee drinker.
If they had them out here,
but
I would go to them more than Starbucks.
Well, it's a big thing. Out west, you swear by your Starbucks, and if you're out east,
Hey, listen, I got to tell you, I'm a huge coffee drinker.
Yeah.
I do not swear by my Starbucks.
No.
It's just convenient.
It's just there.
It's just like we were talking about with sex.
Well, and Canada has Tim Hortons, and they, everyone has their own, their own little regional one. What is it? The burgers are the same way, right? In-N-Out. You're telling me if In-N-Out opened in North Carolina, anyone would give two S's about it? No one would.
Are they not nationwide?
No. Oh, definitely not nationwide.
That is a
West Coast?
That is a West Coast thing that's creeped into like Utah and whatever. But
even Oregon. I mean, it's not like we have a bunch of them up here.
But no, you can't. You put that thing in Boston, and they'll Whataburger your ass to death.
All right, we put a sheet on that today. Like that.
We did.
We will be back tomorrow, 3 to 7 on the Fan. Good night.